WAGON WAYS, A Wild Western Adventure. Chapter 1. 3 days out of Dodge City, the wagon train stretched across the Kansas prairie like a line of white beetles crawling toward the horizon. Rip Campbell rode point on a borrowed roan, scanning the grassland ahead for water signs and trouble signs, finding neither. The land rolled away in all directions, empty as a promise and twice as hard to keep. Behind him, 17 wagons creaked and groaned through the morning heat, their canvas covers bleached white by sun that hadn't seen a cloud in a week. The families inside were learning what the trail meant: dust in your food, rocks in your bed, and miles that stretched longer than hope. Captain Thaddeus Polk rode up from the column, his blue cavalry jacket dark with sweat despite the early hour. 3 days on the trail had aged him, put lines around his eyes that hadn't been there in Dodge City. "How's the water situation?" Polk asked. "Stream about 2 miles ahead. Should be good for noon rest. The families are asking about the next town, when they might see civilization again." Rip looked back at the wagon train, at the dust cloud that marked their passage across grass that had never felt a plow. "Tell them to get used to what they're seeing. This is civilization now." A woman's voice called from one of the wagons, sharp words in German that needed no translation. Someone was unhappy about something, which meant the day was starting normal. "The Muller boy's been stirring up trouble," Polk said. "Heinrich says you're pushing too hard, not allowing enough rest stops. Boy's never been farther from home than the next county. What's he know about trail pace? Enough to convince some of the other families that you're being unreasonable." Rip studied the column again, noting which wagons lagged behind, which families had learned to work together, and which ones fought the trail every step. The Mullers rode in the third wagon, a family of 4, with Heinrich being the oldest son at maybe 22. Big shoulders, soft hands, and opinions about everything. "Trail's not a democracy, Captain. Move too slow, winter catches you in the mountains. Move too fast, you kill your oxen. Either way, people die. I know that. You know that. But these people left everything behind for a chance at something better. They want to believe their opinions matter." A rider approached from the south, Jimmy Hawkins, the other scout, mounted on a paint horse that looked like it had been dipped in mud and whitewash. Jimmy was maybe 19, with the kind of easy smile that made people trust him, and the kind of eyes that missed nothing. "Water's good at the creek," Jimmy reported. "Fresh, clean, running fast. Plenty of grass for the stock." "Any sign of other traffic?" Rip asked. "Old campsite, maybe a week old. Looked like a big outfit, maybe 30 wagons. They left trash behind, city folks who don't know better." The Muller wagon was falling behind again, the oxen moving slower than the others. Rip could see Heinrich walking beside the team, talking to his father Otto, who held the reins. Probably discussing the unfairness of trail discipline and the unreasonable demands of guides who didn't understand civilized behavior. "I'll ride back, see what's causing the delay," Rip said. "Might be better if I handled it. You and Heinrich seem to rub each other wrong. Trail's not about getting along. It's about staying alive." Rip turned the roan and cantered back along the column, nodding to families as he passed. The Weber wagon rolled steady, driven by old Wilhelm with his wife Emma walking alongside to spare the oxen her weight. Good people who understood that every pound mattered when you were crossing 1,000 miles of nothing. The Klein wagon carried Otto Klein's extended family, his wife Greta, their daughter Maria, and Otto's brother Friedrich with his pregnant wife Anna. They'd been merchants in St. Louis, selling goods to other people heading west until they caught the fever themselves. Now they owned 4 oxen, a wagon, and whatever they could carry in it. The Hoffman wagon rode heavy, loaded with more possessions than the oxen could comfortably pull. Franz Hoffmann had been a banker back east, a man accustomed to solving problems with money rather than muscle. His wife Bertha rode inside with their 3 children, all of them learning that the trail didn't care about your previous circumstances. Heinrich Müller saw Rip coming and stepped into the middle of the trail, forcing him to rein up. The young German had his father's thick build and his mother's stubborn jaw, plus the kind of confidence that came from never being really tested. "We need to talk," Heinrich said. "We're talking. Move aside. The pace is too hard on the animals. My father's oxen are showing signs of strain." Rip looked at the Müller oxen, 4 good animals, well fed and strong, with no obvious signs of distress. Otto Müller sat on the wagon seat, a heavy man with gray whiskers and careful eyes. He nodded when Rip looked at him, but didn't speak. "Animals look fine to me," Rip said. "You're not looking close enough. They're breathing hard, sweating more than they should. It's July in Kansas. Everything sweats." Heinrich's face reddened. "You're not listening. These families trusted you to get them west safely, not to kill their livestock pushing too hard. These families trusted me to get them west alive. That means moving fast enough to beat winter to the mountains, slow enough not to break down on the trail. And who decides what's fast enough? You." The conversation was drawing attention from other wagons. People slowed their teams, craned their necks to hear what the argument was about. Nothing traveled faster on a wagon train than bad news and hard feelings. "I decide," Rip said. "That's what guides do. Maybe these families need a guide who listens to their concerns. Maybe these families need to learn that the trail doesn't care about their concerns." Otto Müller climbed down from his wagon seat, moved to stand beside his son. He was shorter than Heinrich but broader, with the kind of strength that came from years of physical work. "Mein Sohn speaks from worry," Otto said, his English careful but clear. "The animals, they work hard. We see this. Animals are supposed to work hard. That's what we bought them for. But not to death, yeah. We have far to go yet." More wagons had stopped now, families gathering to listen. Emma Weber left her husband's side to join the group, her weathered face creased with concern. Young Maria Klein peered out from under her family's wagon cover, eyes wide with the drama of adults disagreeing. Captain Polk arrived at a gallop, his bay horse lathered from the hard ride back from the head of the column. He took in the scene with a professional glance. Stopped wagons, gathered families, 2 men facing each other with the kind of tension that could explode into violence. "What's the problem here?" Polk asked. "No problem," Rip said. "Just explaining trail procedure to folks who haven't learned it yet." "The problem," Heinrich said, his voice carrying to the listening families, "is that our guide thinks he's a general and we're his soldiers. The trail's not the army, Mr. Müller. But it's got rules just the same." Emma Weber stepped forward, her voice carrying the authority of someone who'd raised 6 children and buried 2 husbands. "What rules would those be, Mr. Campbell?" "Simple ones. Move when I say move. Stop when I say stop. Camp where I say camp. Follow those rules, you might live to see Oregon." "And if we don't agree with your decisions?" Heinrich asked. "Then you're free to guide yourselves. Trail goes that direction." Rip pointed west across the endless grass. "Can't miss it." Otto Müller raised his hands, a gesture asking for calm. "We do not wish to make trouble. We wish only to understand." "Nothing to understand. I've crossed this country twice, lost good people both times to storms and sickness and bad decisions. My job is to keep it from happening again." "Your job," Heinrich said, his voice rising, "is to work for us. We're paying your wages. You're paying for my knowledge. Part of that knowledge is knowing when city folks need to shut their mouths and trust someone who's been there before." The words hit Heinrich like a slap. His face went red, and his hands clenched into fists. Around the circle, families shifted nervously, sensing violence building. "Heinrich," Otto said quietly. "Bit." But Heinrich was past listening to his father or anyone else. 3 days of dust and discomfort, of watching his family struggle with trail life, had built pressure that needed release. "You think we're soft," Heinrich said. "City people who don't know anything about hardship. I think you're people who've never been tested. The trail will do the testing. Maybe the trail needs to test you too." The challenge hung in the air like smoke from a gunshot. Around the circle, families held their breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Rip looked at Heinrich Muller, young, strong, angry, and stupid with the kind of stupidity that got people killed on the frontier. Then he looked at the faces around him, at families who'd sold everything they owned for a chance at something better. "Mr. Muller," he said finally, "you want to discuss trail management, we can discuss it tonight around the fire. Right now, we're burning daylight and losing ground." He turned the roan toward the head of the column without waiting for an answer. Behind him, he could hear Otto Muller talking fast German to his son, probably explaining the difference between courage and foolishness. Captain Polk caught up with him 100 yards from the wagons. "That could have gone better," Polk said. "Could have gone worse. Boy's got spirit, just needs to learn when to use it. He's got the other families listening to him. That's dangerous on a trail like this." Rip looked ahead to the creek where they'd nooned their animals, then beyond to the rolling grassland that stretched toward Colorado territory. Somewhere out there, winter was building in the mountains, counting the days until it could sweep down and catch travelers who'd moved too slow or stopped too often. "What's dangerous," he said, "is people who think the trail cares about their feelings." The wagons began moving again, wheels creaking and oxen lowing as drivers called their teams into motion. But the rhythm was different now, the easy progress broken by doubt and disagreement. 3 days out of Dodge City, and already the trail was teaching its first lessons about pride and survival. They were hard lessons, and not everyone would learn them in time. Chapter 2. The water lay in a shallow basin, a sheet of hammered silver under the afternoon sun. It was still, fringed with a pale crusty shoreline that looked like dried salt. A handful of cattails stood motionless in the heat. There was no sign of life around it. No birds, no deer tracks in the mud. "That ain't right," Jimmy Hawkins said, reining in his paint horse beside Rip. "Water this time of year ought to have a whole town living around it." Rip dismounted, his boots sinking into the soft, alkaline earth. He knelt and dipped a finger into the pool. The water was cool, deceptively clear. He brought it to his lips, touched it with his tongue. It was bitter, with a soapy, metallic taste that coated his mouth. He stood and spat in the dust. Alkali. Behind them, the lead wagons of the train were cresting the rise, the families seeing the water, a wave of relief washing over their dusty faces. Shouts of "water! Thank God, water!" passed down the long line. Captain Polk rode up, his expression hopeful. "Is it good?" "It's poison," Rip said. "Good way to kill your oxen and give your children the flux for a week." Polk's face fell. He looked at the thirsty families, the lolling tongues of the livestock. "Are you certain?" "Taste it," Rip said. Before Polk could dismount, Otto Klein's wagon rumbled to a halt. Klein, a stout man with a stubborn set to his jaw, climbed down from the buckboard, his son Heinrich right behind him. "The water is fine, yeah," Otto said, wiping sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. He walked to the edge of the pool, ignoring Rip's warning look. He cupped his hands, drank deep, and let out a sigh of satisfaction. "Ah. Good. Cold." Rip watched him, his face a granite mask. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." Otto Klein wiped his mouth, a look of belligerent pride in his eyes. "In my village in the old country, we know good water. This is clear. It is cold. It is good water." He turned to the other families who were gathering around. "We will water the animals here." "The hell you will," Rip said, his voice a low growl. He stepped between Klein and the wagons. "I said the water is bad. We're not touching it. We move on." Heinrich Muller pushed his way to the front, his face flushed with the heat and his own importance. "We move on to where? To die of thirst. We have found water. We will use it. You work for us, Campbell, not the other way around." "Your pay don't cover burying your children," Rip shot back. "Look around. You see any game tracks? You see any birds? Animals know better than to drink here. The question is, do you?" A nervous murmur went through the crowd of pioneers. They were caught between the guide's harsh warning and the undeniable relief of the cool, clear water in front of them. Franz Hoffmann, the ex-banker, looked from Rip to Klein, his face a mask of indecision. Old Wilhelm Weber just shook his head and kept his family back by his wagon. "It is a trick," Greta Klein, Otto's wife, called from their wagon, her voice shrill. "He wants to keep the good water for himself." The accusation was absurd, but it found fertile ground in the fear and exhaustion of the families. "That's enough," Captain Polk said, his voice sharp with command. "Mr. Campbell is the guide. His word on matters of the trail is final. We will move on." Otto Klein drew himself up, his stubborn pride wounded. "I have drunk the water. I am not sick." He gestured to the pool. "I will not kill my oxen with thirst because our guide is afraid of a shadow. We will water our team here. Anyone with sense will do the same." He turned his back on Rip and Polk and began to unhitch his oxen. The Mullers, emboldened, did the same. Two other families, the Fishers and the Schmidts, hesitated, then followed Klein's lead, their desire for water outweighing their trust in the guide. Rip looked at Polk. "You're the captain." Polk's face was grim. "They are free people, Rip. I can lead them, but I cannot force them. We will make a dry camp a mile up the trail. Let them learn their lesson." Rip watched as Klein's oxen, parched from the day's march, rushed to the water and drank deeply. He saw Heinrich Muller fill 3 canteens, a look of smug triumph on his face. He saw little Maria Klein, her face pale with dust, scoop the water up in her small hands and drink. He turned his horse without another word and rode away, the bitter taste of the water still in his mouth. The sickness started just after sundown. It began with the animals. The Klein and Muller oxen grew listless, refusing their feed, their bodies trembling. Then the children. Maria Klein began to vomit, a thin, watery bile. The Fisher's youngest boy was struck with a violent flux, his cries sharp in the evening quiet. By midnight, a half-dozen children and 4 adults were ill, their groans a miserable chorus in the dark. Reverend Whitman moved through the afflicted camps like a tireless ghost, his medical bag in his hand. Rip had not known the preacher had medical training, but he moved with a quiet, practiced competence. Rebecca was at his side, her face a pale oval in the firelight, carrying boiled water, cleaning sickbeds, her hands gentle and her voice calm. Rip found her by the Klein's wagon. She was trying to get a feverish Maria to drink some willow bark tea. The child's mother, Greta, was wringing her hands, her earlier arrogance replaced by a frantic, helpless terror. Otto Klein sat by the fire, staring into the flames, his face a mask of shame. His constitution was stronger. He had not gotten sick. But his pride had poisoned his child. "How are they?" Rip asked, his voice low. "My father says their bodies must fight the poison," Rebecca said, her voice tight with exhaustion. "The children are the weakest. I am afraid for little Maria." She looked at him, her eyes dark with worry. We need clean water. We cannot fight a fever without it. Jimmy and I are riding out at first light. Be careful, she said. The trail has taken enough from us already. He and Jimmy Hawkins were in the saddle before the sun had cleared the horizon. They rode west, away from the camp of the sick, into the empty plains. You look for willows, Rip told the younger scout. Or cottonwoods. They don't grow where the water is poison. You see a green line in the distance, you ride for it. They split up, agreeing to meet back at a high butte by midday. Rip pushed his roan hard, his eyes scanning the endless rolling landscape. The sun beat down, the heat of physical weight. The fate of the wagon train rested on this search. If they failed, people would die. It was that simple. He found the tracks just before noon. Not the trail of a deer or a buffalo, but the faint, almost invisible ruts of a single wagon, its tracks a week old, heading northwest, away from the main trail. The same tracks Jimmy had reported earlier. A wagon, traveling alone. It was either a fool or a man who knew something the main trail didn't. Rip followed the tracks. An hour later, they led him to a narrow draw hidden between two low hills. At the bottom, a line of green willows and a handful of sturdy cottonwood trees traced the path of a small, fast-running creek. The water was clear and cold, tumbling over smooth stones. He dismounted, tasted it. It was sweet, clean. Life. He filled his canteens, letting the cool water run over his dusty hands. This was it. The solution. He swung back into the saddle, a sense of grim satisfaction settling over him. Jimmy Hawkins rode into the draw a few minutes later, his face a mask of failure. Found nothing but dry gullies and more alkali flats. We've got water, Rip said, gesturing to the creek. Jimmy's relief was a bright, quick smile. He jumped from his horse and drank from the creek like an animal. Thank God. We can bring them here. We can save them. We can, Rip agreed. But it's a full day's ride from where we camped. A full day off the main trail to get here. Another day to get back on it. We'll lose 2 days, maybe more. The smile vanished from Jimmy's face. He understood the math of the trail. 2 days was 25 miles they wouldn't make up before the snows flew in the mountains. Saving them now could kill them later. What are we gonna do? Jimmy asked, the weight of the choice heavy in his voice. Rip looked back to the east, toward the wagon train. He thought of Maria Klein, her small body racked with fever. He thought of Otto Klein's stubborn pride, and the price it had cost. The trail didn't offer easy choices. It only offered hard ones. We go back, he said, turning his horse. And we tell Captain Polk that the price of clean water just went up. Chapter 3. The fire crackled, spitting sparks into the vast, star-dusted dark. The smell of strong coffee and wood smoke mingled with the low murmur of German from the Muller and Klein wagons. It was not a happy sound. It was the sound of grievances being nursed, of blame being assigned. 2 days. They had lost 2 full days to bad water and stubborn pride, and the cost was a heavy silence around the central cook fire. Rip sat on an overturned bucket, cleaning his rifle with an oily cloth, the methodical work a comfort in the tense quiet. Most families kept to their own wagons, but a few gathered in the firelight, their faces etched with weariness. Captain Polk stood talking in low tones with old Wilhelm Weber, their expressions grim. He could have told us. The voice was loud, carrying across the camp from the circle of shadows where the discontented had gathered. Heinrich Muller stepped into the light, his father Otto and Otto Klein flanking him like lieutenants. He could have warned us properly, Heinrich said again, his voice gaining strength as he saw he had an audience. He pointed a thick finger at Rip. You let our children drink that poison water. Rip didn't look up from his rifle. He slid the oiled cloth down the long barrel. I told you it was bad. You chose not to listen. You told us to move on, Heinrich shot back. You did not explain the danger. You gave an order, like a king to his peasants. We are free men. We have a right to know why. The reason was a dead landscape with no animal tracks, Rip said, his voice flat. If you were smart enough to read the trail, you wouldn't need me to draw you a map. The insult landed. Heinrich's face flushed a deep red in the firelight. Otto Klein stepped forward, his face a mask of bitter shame. My Maria, she is still weak. We lost 2 days. We will be in the mountains when the snow flies because of this. Because of your mistake. My mistake. Rip finally looked up, his eyes cold. Your mistake, Klein. Your pride made your daughter sick. Your stubbornness cost this train 2 days. Don't you try to lay that at my feet. It is your job to find the good water. Greta Klein shrieked from the shadows. Not to lead us to poison, and then mock us when we suffer. A chorus of agreement came from the families who had followed Klein's lead. They needed a villain, and Rip was the only one available. Blaming themselves was too hard. The trail has rules, Rip said, standing, the rifle held loosely in one hand. The first rule is, you listen to your guide. That's the only rule that keeps you alive. We need a guide who protects us, not one who punishes us. Heinrich shouted, stepping closer. He was a big man, his shoulders thick with farm-bred muscle. He was used to getting his way through size and volume. Maybe we need a new guide. Maybe one of us, one of the men who has a family to protect, should be making these decisions. Captain Polk moved to intervene. Now, son, that's enough. Rip held up a hand, stopping him. Let him talk, Captain. He looked at Heinrich, his expression unreadable. You think you can do this job? You think you can read the land, find the water, smell a storm coming, know the difference between a Comanche war party and a band of peaceful Ute? I know the difference between right and wrong, Heinrich said, puffing out his chest. It was wrong to leave our families thirsty. It was wrong to lose 2 days because of your pride. My pride? Rip almost laughed. My pride ain't what's gonna get you killed, son. Yours is. The word hit Heinrich like a fist. Son. The same casual dismissal he'd felt from every trailhand and scout he'd ever met. The condescension that marked him as a greenhorn, a city boy playing at being a pioneer. Do not call me son, he snarled, his hands clenching. Rebecca Whitman had come to stand near the fire, her face pale with worry. Heinrich, please. This will solve nothing. Stay out of this, woman, Heinrich spat, not even looking at her. His world had narrowed to Rip, to the man who represented every hard-edged, silent judgment he had faced since leaving home. I am tired of your arrogance, Campbell. We all are. And I'm tired of your stupidity, Rip said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous level. It's going to get someone killed. Maybe you. That was it. The final push. Heinrich let out a roar of pure frustration and swung. It was a clumsy, powerful punch, telegraphed a mile away. Rip rode with it, turning his head so the blow glanced off his cheekbone instead of breaking his jaw. The force of it still staggered him, and he tasted blood in his mouth. The camp erupted. Women screamed. Men shouted. Polk and Wilhelm Weber moved to separate them, but it was too late. Rip spat a mouthful of blood and dust onto the ground. He didn't raise the rifle. He set it carefully against the overturned bucket. He looked at Heinrich, at the raw, undisciplined anger in the young man's eyes. Heinrich came at him again, his arms windmilling. Rip stepped inside the wild swing, driving his right fist hard into Heinrich's gut. The air went out of the bigger man in a loud whoosh. His eyes went wide with shock. Rip didn't give him time to recover. He hit him again, a short, brutal left hook to the ribs. He heard a crack. Heinrich stumbled back, clutching his side, his face a mask of pain and surprise. The fight was already over, but the lesson wasn't. Rip moved in, his boots light in the dust. He feinted with his left, and when Heinrich raised his arms to block, Rip drove his right fist straight into the young man's mouth. Teeth broke. Blood sprayed. Heinrich went down like a sack of grain, landing hard in the dirt at his father's feet. He lay there, groaning, trying to push himself up on his elbows. Rip stood over him, his chest heaving, his knuckles raw and bloody. He looked at the circle of shocked faces, at the fear and the anger. He had won the fight. He had lost the train. He looked down at Heinrich. The boy was beaten, shamed in front of his family, in front of everyone. To hit him again would be an execution. Rip turned and walked back to the fire. He picked up his rifle. He picked up his bucket. He didn't look at anyone. "Anyone else got a problem with my leadership?" he asked the silent camp. No one spoke. The German families stared at him with a new emotion in their eyes. Not just anger anymore. Fear. Rip walked away from the fire, away from the circle of wagons, and disappeared into the darkness. He sat on a rock outcrop overlooking the camp, the cool night air a balm on his bruised face. The sounds of the pioneers drifted up to him, hushed and nervous. He had asserted his authority. He had proven his point. And he had broken the fragile trust that held them all together. Footsteps approached from behind, soft on the dry grass. He didn't turn. He knew who it was. Rebecca sat down on the rock beside him. She didn't offer him a wet cloth for his face or a word of sympathy. She looked out at the scattered campfires, at the divided community. "You proved you were stronger," she said, her voice quiet. "That was the point." "No," she said. "The point is to get these people to Oregon alive. You can't lead men who hate you. Not through the mountains. Not through the winter." She turned to look at him, her eyes dark and serious in the moonlight. "You won the fight tonight, Rip. But that division you just carved into the heart of this camp. It could destroy us all before we ever see Colorado." Chapter 4. What in God's name is that? Captain Polk stood beside Rip, his hand shielding his eyes against the morning glare. Ahead, a single wagon sat tilted in the tall grass, its canvas cover flapping in the breeze like a broken wing. A half-dozen longhorn cattle grazed nearby, their ribs showing, their heads low. There was no sign of a team, no smoke from a cook fire. "Trouble we don't need," Rip said. He pulled the roan to a halt, his hand resting on his thigh, inches from his colt. "Jimmy, stay with the train. Captain, you and I will have a look." They rode forward, the silence of the abandoned camp a warning bell. The air was thick with the sweet, cloying smell of sickness. As they drew closer, they saw the crude graves. 3 of them, marked with simple wooden crosses. "God have mercy," Polk breathed. Rip dismounted, his rifle in his hand. "Looks like they lost their team and tried to wait for another train. Waited too long." He nudged the wagon's back flap open with the barrel of his rifle. The smell that rolled out was heavy and final. He didn't need to look inside. Polk turned away, his face pale. "What about the cattle?" "They're branded," Rip said, his eyes on the listless animals. "Weak, but they're still on their feet. We're short on beef stock. We could take them. Is it safe? Could they be carrying whatever killed these poor souls?" "Could be anything," Rip said. "Bad water, cholera, simple starvation." He looked at the cattle again. The beef was a temptation, a practical asset in a world where every asset mattered. "We'll keep them separate from the main herd. A week." See if they show any signs. It was a calculated risk. A trail boss's decision. Poke agreed. 2 days later, the sickness started. It began with Anna Muller, Heinrich's sister-in-law. A quiet, hard-working woman, she complained of a headache and a deep ache in her bones. By evening, she was burning with a fever that left her shivering under 3 blankets in the stifling heat of the wagon. Her husband, Hans, a man as quiet as his wife, watched her with a helpless dread in his eyes. Rebecca went to her at once, her medical bag in hand. She came back to Rip's small fire an hour later, her face grim. "It's a high fever," she said, her voice low. Her skin is hot to the touch, and there are small red spots on her arms and chest. She looked at Rip, her eyes dark with a new fear. "The cattle. Did you check them?" Rip had. He and Jimmy had roped one of the strays that morning. Tucked behind its ear, almost hidden in the thick hair, they had found the cause. A small gray, blood-bloated tick. "It's the fever," he said. "Texas tick fever. Kills cattle. And it kills people." The news spread through the camp like a grass fire. Panic took hold. The Mullers and the Kleins, whose families had been the hardest hit by the alkali water, saw it as a curse, a judgment. Greta Klein openly accused Rip of bringing death upon them by taking the stray cattle. "You have doomed us all with your greed," she shrieked, her voice a raw nerve of terror. Rip ignored her. His focus was on Rebecca, who was preparing a poultice of willow bark and feverfew. "You can't go back in that wagon," he said, his voice a low command. She didn't look up from her work. "She needs me. Her husband is terrified. He doesn't know what to do. It's contagious. You touch her, you touch the blankets, you breathe the air in that wagon, you'll get it." "My father was a doctor as well as a preacher," she said, her voice calm and steady. "He taught me how to tend the sick without fear. That is my job here. Just as yours is to guide." "This isn't a job," he said, his hand closing on her arm. "This is a death sentence. Stay away from them." She finally looked at him then, and the fire he had seen in her in Dodge was back in her eyes. "And who will tend them?" "You, Captain Polk. Will you let them die alone in the dark because you are afraid?" She pulled her arm from his grasp. "I am not afraid. I am a healer. Now let me do my work." She walked away, her back straight, and disappeared into the fever wagon. By the next day, 3 more people were sick. Franz Hoffman, the ex-banker, and 2 of his children. The train ground to a halt, a miserable camp of the sick and the terrified. The healthy stayed by their wagons, watching their neighbors with suspicion, their charity burned away by fear. Only the Reverend Whitman moved freely, a tireless, gaunt figure going from wagon to wagon with his daughter, offering prayers and what little medical comfort he could. Rip tried to reason with her again that night. He found her washing her hands in a basin of carbolic-laced water, her face smudged with soot and exhaustion. "This is suicide," he said, his voice raw. "You haven't slept in 2 days. You're wearing yourself down. That's when the fever takes hold." "Then I will sleep when I can," she said, not looking at him. "But I will not abandon these people. They're not your people. They're the same ones who were ready to blame you, to blame me for their own foolishness 2 days ago." She finally stopped, her hands dripping, and turned to face him. "And what would you have me do? Let them suffer? Is that the kind of people we are? The kind who only help those who are grateful? Who only show mercy when it is easy?" She shook her head, a profound and weary sadness in her eyes. "I am not you, Rip. I cannot be that hard." The words were a blade, and they cut deeper than any fist. He had no answer for her. He turned and walked away into the darkness, the silence of his own harsh code a cold comfort. On the morning of the 3rd day, She did not rise from her bedroll. He found her wrapped in her blankets, her body racked with violent shivers, though the morning air was already warm. Her skin was on fire. He touched her forehead, and the heat of it was a physical blow. "No," he whispered, the word a useless prayer against the inevitable. Her father came, his face crumbling into a mask of anguish. They carried her to her wagon, the one filled with the tools she had used to save others. The irony was a bitter, metallic taste in Rip's mouth. For 3 days, the world shrank to the confines of that canvas-covered space. The fever took her, pulling her down into a dark, rambling delirium. She spoke of things he did not understand. She called for her mother. She spoke of a garden in a town he had never heard of. She argued with her father about scripture. He sat with her, a helpless, useless guardian. He bathed her face with cool water. He held her hand, her fingers hot and dry in his. He listened to her fever dreams, fragments of a life he had only just begun to know. Sometimes she would surface, her eyes clearing for a moment, and she would know him. "The water," she whispered once, her gaze fixed on him. "The grave by the water." He didn't know what she meant. "It's all right," he said, his voice hoarse. "I'm here." Her eyes lost focus, turning inward again. So many ghosts on the trail. On the evening of the 3rd day, the shivering stopped. Her body went still, the fever breaking, leaving behind a fragile, exhausted peace. She opened her eyes, and they were clear. She looked at him, and he saw not the fever but his wife. "Rip," she whispered, her voice a dry rustle of leaves. He leaned closer, his heart a tight aching knot in his chest. "I'm here." She raised a hand, her fingers brushing his cheek, a touch as light as a moth's wing. A small, sad smile touched her lips. "You came back." Her hand fell. Her eyes, fixed on his, went vacant. The last shallow breath sighed out of her. She was gone. He sat there for a long time, holding her cooling hand, the silence in the wagon a thing of impossible weight. The sounds of the camp outside, a crying child, the lowing of cattle, were from another world, a world he was no longer a part of. He felt a cold, clean rage building in him, a rage that burned away grief, burned away fear, burned away everything but the hard, sharp certainty of loss. He finally stood. He walked to the back of the wagon and stepped out into the dying light of the day. Captain Polk was there, his face a mask of sorrow. He started to speak, to offer a word of comfort, but he stopped when he saw Rip's eyes. Rip walked past him without a word. He walked to the fire where his saddle lay. He pulled his Colt from its holster. He didn't look at it. He began to clean the weapon, his movements precise, mechanical, and utterly devoid of feeling. He pulled an oily cloth through the barrel, his knuckles white, his jaw set like stone. Chapter 5. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The Reverend Whitman's voice was a dry rasp, the words swallowed by the immense, indifferent prairie. The shovel scraped against the hard, unforgiving earth, a lonely sound in the heavy silence. Rip stood apart from the small cluster of mourners, his shadow long in the morning sun. He watched them lower the simple pine box that held Rebecca into the ground. He felt nothing. The part of him that could feel had been cauterized, burned clean by the fever that had taken her. All that was left was a cold, hard clarity. He turned before the last of the dirt was shoveled in. Captain Polk caught his arm. "Rip, wait. The families." Rip pulled his arm free. "The families can mourn on their own time. We lost a day burying the dead. We're moving in 10 minutes. He walked away, his orders echoing across the stunned camp. There was no discussion, no consultation. It was a command. He strode to the small herd of stray cattle, the source of the plague, and pulled his Colt. He walked through the animals, his eyes assessing their condition. He shot the 3 weakest, the ones with the dullest coats and slowest movements. The shots were clean, methodical, a brutal piece of trail sanitation. The pioneers flinched at each shot, the sound a desecration of the funereal quiet. He holstered the pistol, its barrel warm against his leg. "Jimmy," he called to the young scout, "get these butchered. We'll salt the meat. The rest of the strays go with the main herd." "Rip, are you sure?" Jimmy asked, his face pale. "Maybe we should drive 'em off." "We're not leaving good beef on the hoof for the wolves to get," Rip said, his voice flat. "They're clean or they're not. We'll know soon enough. Get it done." He swung up onto his horse and rode to the head of the slowly forming column without a backward glance. The train moved out, the fresh earth of the two graves, Rebecca's and Anna Mueller's, who had died in the night, a raw scar on the landscape, a marker of all they had already lost. The change in him was a cold front that settled over the entire wagon train. He was no longer a guide. He was a machine built for one purpose: forward motion. The noon rests were cut to 30 minutes, just enough time to water the animals and chew on cold jerky. He pushed them until the last light of day faded from the sky and had them moving again before the first light broke the horizon. He was trading their comfort for miles, and he made no apologies for it. The grumbling started again, but this time it was quieter, laced with fear. The families, especially the Germans, watched him with a mixture of resentment and dread. He was a stranger to them now, a hard, remote man whose eyes saw nothing but the trail ahead. On the second day after the burials, Heinrich Muller confronted him. The young man's face was a mask of raw grief. His sister was dead. The woman he had respected was dead. And his own humiliation at Rip's hands was a festering wound. He walked up to Rip's horse as the train prepared to move out, his hands clenched at his sides. "We are not machines," Heinrich said, his voice trembling with a rage he could barely control. "My mother is weeping. The children are exhausted. You are killing us with this pace." Rip looked down at him from the saddle, his face impassive. "The trail is what's killing you. The winter is what's waiting to kill the rest of you. My pace is what's keeping you alive. Now, get back to your wagon." "No." Heinrich planted his feet in the dust. "We will not move today. We will rest. We will honor our dead. You have no heart." "A heart is a luxury I can't afford," Rip said. "It gets you buried in the middle of nowhere." He gathered his reins. "This train is moving in 5 minutes. Be in it or be left behind." "You killed them," Heinrich whispered, the accusation a venomous hiss. "Your greed for those cattle brought the fever. Your carelessness killed Rebecca. Your cruelty killed my sister. It all comes back to you." Rip stopped. He looked at Heinrich, at the wild, irrational grief in his eyes. He saw the boy he had beaten, the boy who had lost everything and needed a target for his pain. "Get out of my way, son." The word was a spark in a powder keg. "I told you not to call me that." Heinrich screamed, his control shattering. His hand dropped to his belt, fumbling for a new pistol, a small caliber pocket gun he had kept hidden in his wagon. It was a fool's move, born of desperation and madness. The gun was tangled in his shirt. His draw was a clumsy, frantic scrabble of cloth and metal. Rip didn't think. He reacted. His body moved with a cold, brutal efficiency that was faster than thought. His own Colt was in his hand, clearing the holster in a single fluid motion. The world narrowed to the space between the two men, to the panicked look in Heinrich's eyes as he finally brought the small pistol up. Rip's gun bucked once in his hand. The shot was a flat, hard crack in the morning quiet. Heinrich Muller jerked backward, the small pistol discharging into the dirt at his feet. A look of profound, childlike surprise crossed his face. He looked down at the dark, spreading stain on his chest, then back up at Rip. His mouth opened, but no words came out. He fell to his knees, then pitched forward into the dust. The camp was frozen in a tableau of horror. Otto Muller let out a great, wounded roar and ran to his son's side. Greta Klein screamed, a high, thin sound that went on and on. The pioneers stared, their faces masks of shock and disbelief. Rip sat on his horse, the smoke curling from the barrel of his Colt, the cold clarity inside him absolute. He had done what was necessary. He had removed a threat. It was the simple, brutal arithmetic of survival. He dismounted and walked to his own wagon, the one that had been Rebecca's. He began to hitch the mules, his movements steady, precise. Captain Polk ran up to him, his face ashen. "My God, Rip, what have you done?" "I did what had to be done," Rip said, not looking at him. "He drew on me." "He was a boy. A grieving boy." "He was a man with a gun," Rip corrected. "And he was a threat to this train. A threat is a threat. You cut it out before it spreads." Otto Muller rose from his son's body. His face was a terrible thing to see. The grief burned away, leaving behind something cold and hard as iron. He walked toward Rip, his steps heavy, deliberate. He stopped 10 feet away. He did not look at the gun in Rip's hand. He looked into his eyes. "Mortar," he said, the German word for murderer, a low guttural curse. He turned to Captain Polk. "This man, this killer, he does not ride another mile with us." He swept his arm out, encompassing the Klein and Weber and Fisher wagons. "We will not travel with a butcher. You will cast him out. Or we will go our own way. We will form our own train. You must choose." The ultimatum hung in the air, a final, irrevocable split. The train was broken, fractured by grief and violence. Rip finished hitching the mules. He climbed onto the buckboard, the wood still holding the faint scent of her, a ghost of a memory. He picked up the reins, his knuckles white. Chapter 6. He rides with us. Captain Polk's words were flat, hard stones dropped into the morning quiet. He stood before Otto Muller, his face set, his old cavalry jacket a symbol of an authority he was only now beginning to claim. The German families, the Kleins, the Webers, the Fischers, stood behind Muller, a silent, grim-faced jury. "He is a murderer," Otto said, his voice a low growl of grief. "He killed my son." "Your son drew a gun on the trail guide," Polk stated, his voice devoid of sympathy. "That is mutiny. In the army, the penalty for mutiny is a rope. Your son got a bullet. He earned it. We are moving west. Campbell is the only man I have who can get us there. He stays." He turned his back on them, a dismissal more profound than any argument, and walked away. The mutiny was over before it had truly begun. But the war had just found a new general. Rip rode out alone, the rising sun at his back. His shoulder ached, where a piece of buckshot from the ambush had torn through the muscle. The wound was clean, a shallow furrow, but the blood had soaked the shoulder of his shirt, and the pain was a constant, grinding reminder. He had been careless. Grief had made him slow, and it had almost made him dead. He had left the main body of the train 2 hours before dawn, pushing his horse hard to put distance between himself and the simmering pot of hatred he was leaving behind. His job was to scout the path ahead, to find water and grass, to read the signs of the trail. But today, his real job was to watch his back. The ambush had come out of the sun, from a shallow, rock-strewn arroyo that offered perfect cover. He had been riding easy, his mind 1,000 miles away, lost in a memory of Rebecca's quiet smile. A flicker of movement, a glint of metal in the rocks. He had reacted without thinking, throwing himself from the saddle as the roar of a shotgun blast echoed through the draw. The buckshot had torn through the air where his head had been a second before, a hot whisper of death. One pellet had found his shoulder. He had hit the ground hard, rolling, his Colt in his hand. A second shot, this one from a rifle, had kicked up dust near his head. He had fired twice at the source of the muzzle flash, the sound of his pistol sharp and angry. Then silence. He had waited, the sun beating down, the pain in his shoulder a rising tide. After 10 minutes, he had crept forward. He found the tracks of a single horse, ridden hard away to the south. And he had found a single, spent shotgun shell, its brass glinting in the dirt. It was the same gauge as the hunting gun Hans Muller, Heinrich's older brother, carried in the rack on his wagon. Now, hours later, the wound had stiffened, and a low fever was beginning to cloud the edges of his mind. He knew he had to get back. He had proven his point. The trail was not safe. Not from the front, and not from behind. He arrived back at the wagon train, near noon. They had made a cold camp, the wagons circled, the pioneers standing in anxious clusters. When they saw him, saw the blood on his shirt, a wave of alarm went through them. Jimmy Hawkins was the first to reach him. "Rip. My God, what happened?" "Somebody doesn't like the way I do my job," Rip said, his voice a hoarse whisper. He swung down from his horse, his knees weak. Captain Polk was there, his face grim. "Who did it?" "Ask the Mullers what their boy Hans was doing this morning," Rip said. A wave of angry denials erupted from the German families. Otto Muller pushed his way through the crowd, his face a mask of outrage. "My son was with me. He was tending the oxen." "This is a lie." Another lie from the murderer, to cover his own sins. Hans Muller stood behind his father, his face pale, his eyes wide with a feigned innocence that was more damning than a confession. Polk looked from Rip's bloody shoulder to Hans's clean hands. There was no proof. It was Rip's word against the Mullers. The train was split down the middle, a clean, irreparable fracture. "I will not be judged by this man," Otto Muller declared, his voice ringing with righteous fury. "He has killed one of my sons, and now he slanders the other. We are done with this train. We will go our own way." "You won't survive a week," Polk said, his voice flat. "That is our choice," Muller shot back. "Anyone who wishes to travel with men of God, instead of a killer, is welcome to join us." The Kleins and the Fishers immediately sided with the Mullers, their fear of Rip greater than their fear of the Prairie. The Webers hesitated, old Wilhelm looking from Polk to Muller, his face torn. The debate raged for an hour, a bitter, hopeless argument under the hot Kansas sun. Rip sat with his back against a wagon wheel, letting Jimmy clean and bandage his wound, the angry voices a distant, meaningless buzz. He had made his report. The rest was up to them. Jimmy Hawkins was the one who ended it. The young scout, his face troubled, had slipped away from the argument. He was a quiet boy, and he moved through the camp unnoticed. He circled around behind the Muller wagon, intending to get a fresh rag from his own supplies. He stopped when he heard the voices from inside, low and urgent. Hans and his father. "Missed. The devil's own luck," Hans was saying, his voice a venomous whisper. "But tonight, when he takes the last watch, I will not miss again. I will use the rifle this time. A clean shot from the dark. No one will know. It is too much." Otto Muller's voice was filled with a terrible, weary grief. "Too much killing. He killed your son," Hans hissed. "He is the reason Anna is dead, the reason Rebecca is dead. He is a curse on us all. One more death, father. One more, and we will be free of him. Then we can lead these people." Jimmy backed away, his heart pounding. He ran, his boots kicking up dust, back to the center of the camp where the argument was still raging. He pushed his way through to Captain Polk. "Captain," he said, his voice breathless, I need to speak with you. Now. 5 minutes later, Captain Polk walked toward the Muller wagon. He was not alone. Jimmy was at his side. Old Wilhelm Weber and his 2 grown sons, their faces hard and resolute, were with him. They all carried rifles. They stopped before the wagon. Otto and Hans Muller stepped out, their expressions a mixture of defiance and alarm. Hans Muller, Polk said, his voice like the crack of a whip. You are accused of the attempted murder of a trail guide and of plotting a second attempt. My scout, Jimmy Hawkins, is the witness. Hans's face went white. His eyes darted around, looking for an escape that wasn't there. Otto looked at his son, and in that moment he saw the truth, the ugly, murderous poison that had taken root in the boy's grief. It's a lie. Hans shrieked, his voice high and thin with panic. Is it? Polk said, his gaze unwavering. We will search your wagon for the shotgun. We will see if it has been recently fired. That was it. The final, inescapable truth. Hans knew what they would find. He saw the grim, unforgiving faces of the Webers. He saw the end of his road. He let out a wild, cornered animal cry and made a desperate, suicidal move. He lunged for the rifle that was leaning against the wagon wheel. He never reached it. Wilhelm Weber's rifle came up, the motion economical and sure. The old man had fought in the wars in Germany. He knew what had to be done. The rifle boomed, a single heavy final sound. Hans Muller was thrown backward, a gaping hole in his chest. He hit the side of the wagon and slid down into the dust, his eyes open and unseeing. A terrible wailing cry was torn from Otto Mueller's throat. He fell to his knees beside the body of his last son, his great broad shoulders shaking with a grief that was beyond words. An hour later, the Muller wagon, pulled by a single team of oxen, rolled out of the circle. Otto sat on the buckboard, his wife beside him, their faces empty, their eyes fixed on the empty horizon to the east. They had been given a wagon, a week's worth of food, and 2 rifles. They had been exiled. It was a death sentence, delivered with a gesture of mercy. Rip stood and watched them go, his bandaged shoulder a dull throbbing ache. He felt the eyes of the remaining pioneers on him. They looked at him, and for the first time they saw not a murderer, but a survivor. They saw the cost of the trail, and they were afraid. Chapter 7. We are turning back, Captain. Hermann Schmidt stood before Captain Polk, his hat in his hands, his face pale in the pre-dawn light. He was a baker from Cincinnati, a man whose hands were meant for shaping dough, not holding the reins of an ox team. His wife stood a few paces behind him, her arms wrapped around their 2 young sons, her eyes wide with a terror that had finally boiled over. Polk looked at him, his face a mask of weariness. Turning back to what, Mr. Schmidt? There is nothing behind us but graves. There is civilization, Schmidt said, the word a desperate prayer. There is law. There are towns where men are not shot down in the dust. 2 other men stepped forward, out of the shadows. Fischer, a tailor who had lost his only daughter to the fever, and Karl Klein, Otto Klein's nephew, a young man with a wife and a baby who had seen enough death to last a lifetime. We are with him, Fischer said, his voice flat and empty. We have had enough of this trail. Enough of this guide. He did not look at Rip, who was saddling his horse by the remuda, but the accusation was a physical thing in the air. Rip continued to tighten his cinch, his movements economical. He had known this was coming. He could smell the quit in them, a sour scent of defeat that was worse than the smell of sickness. You are making a mistake, Polk said, his voice a low plea. The trail is hard, but we are a company. Together, we are strong. Divided. We were a company when my daughter was alive, Fischer said, his voice breaking. We were a company when Heinrich Müller was alive. Now we are just a collection of mourners being led by the man who has caused most of our grief. We will take our chances on the road back." Rip walked over, leading his horse. He stopped beside Poke, his gaze sweeping over the three men, over their wives and children who huddled by their wagons. "You're taking two of the best ox teams we have. The Weber team and the Fishers. You're taking flour and bacon we can't spare. You're not just leaving. You're weakening every family that stays." "We will take what is ours," Karl Klein said, his jaw set. "We paid for our supplies. We own our animals." "You own nothing out here," Rip said, his voice cold as a stone. "You are part of a whole. You start taking pieces out, the whole thing collapses." He looked at Poke. "You can't let them do this, Captain. It's suicide for them, and a slow death for us." "They are not soldiers in my command, Campbell," Poke said, his voice tight with the strain of his own principles. "They are free citizens. They have a right to choose their own path, even if it is a foolish one. There's no choice out here." Rip's voice was a low, angry snarl. "There's only survival. You think road agents are going to respect their right to choose? You think a Cheyenne war party is going to care about their freedom? You're sentencing them to death." "That is their decision to make," Poke insisted, his face a mask of stubborn duty. "I will not hold men against their will." "Then you are a fool," Rip said, the words a final bitter judgment. He turned his back on them and swung into his saddle. He watched as the three families began to hitch their teams. It was a somber, hurried business. They did not look at their neighbors. The other pioneers, the Webers, the Hoffmans, the remaining Kleins, stood by their own wagons silent, their faces a mixture of pity and fear. This was a desertion, and it felt like a betrayal. The deserters pulled what they could from the communal supplies, their movements furtive, their eyes avoiding the gazes of those who were staying. They took sacks of flour, slabs of bacon, barrels of water. They took the best of the spare harnesses. They were stripping the train, taking its strength, leaving it weaker, more vulnerable. Within the hour, the three wagons pulled out of the circle. They did not say goodbye. They simply turned their oxen to the east and began to retrace their own tracks, a small, doomed island of hope in a vast sea of prairie. The remaining pioneers watched them go, until they were just white specks on the horizon. The camp was quieter, smaller. The sense of loss was a physical weight. "We move west," Poke commanded, his voice hoarse. For 2 days, a heavy gloom hung over the train. Every pioneer knew what Rip knew. They were weaker, their margin for error thinner. Every creek crossing was harder. Every mile felt longer. The empty space in the wagon line was a constant, accusing presence. On the morning of the third day, Rip and Jimmy were scouting 5 miles ahead of the train when Jimmy reined in his horse, his hand raised. "What is it?" Rip asked. "Vultures," Jimmy said, pointing to the sky in the southeast, back in the direction they had come. A dozen dark specks circled lazily in the high blue emptiness. Rip felt a cold knot tighten in his gut. How far? Maybe 10 miles. Back on the main trail. They rode hard, the urgency a silent spur. The land was flat and featureless, the circling birds their only landmark. An hour later, they topped a low rise and saw it. It was not a camp. It was a slaughterhouse. The 3 wagons were smashed, 2 of them burned down to their iron fittings. The canvas covers were gone. The household goods, a rocking chair, a child's wooden toy, a shattered porcelain doll, were scattered across 100 yards of prairie, a testament to a frantic, hopeless search for valuables. Sacks of flour had been slashed open, the white powder a ghostly shroud on the trampled grass. The bodies were where they had fallen. Hermann Schmidt lay by the front wheel of his wagon, an arrow with black and red fletching protruding from his back. His wife and 2 sons were a few yards away, huddled together, their lives taken with a brutal efficiency. Fisher, the tailor, had died with a pistol in his hand, a small, useless gesture of defiance. His wife was gone. Rip didn't want to think about where she might have been taken. Carl Klein and his young wife lay near the cold ashes of their fire, their baby still wrapped in a blanket between them. Rip dismounted, his boots silent in the blood-soaked grass. He knelt and examined the tracks. Shod horses. A dozen, maybe more. Not Indian ponies. He pulled the arrow from Schmidt's back. He had seen arrows like this before, traded for whiskey at forts along the Santa Fe Trail. Made by reservation Indians, sold to white men. Road agents, Jimmy whispered, his face the color of old chalk. Dressed up like Indians to cover their tracks. Rip stood and looked at the carnage. He saw the empty whiskey bottles scattered among the bodies. He saw the hoof prints of the stolen ox teams, heading not east or west, but south, toward the lawless territory along the Cimarron. This was not war. This was business. A brutal, ugly, and profitable business. He walked over to the wreckage of the Klein's wagon. He saw a small, leather-bound book lying in the dirt. A Bible, its cover inscribed with the name Greta Klein. He picked it up. A piece of paper was tucked inside. A letter the woman had been writing, her careful German script telling of their hardships, but also of their unwavering hope for a new life. He closed the book. Let's go. We're not going to bury them? Jimmy asked, his voice shaking. The wolves will do that for us, Rip said, his voice a dead flat thing. Our job is to deliver the mail. They rode back to the wagon train in a hard, grim silence. They didn't have to say a word. The pioneers saw it in their faces, in the way they rode, in the coiled tension in Rip's shoulders. That evening, as the families gathered around the main fire, their faces pale and questioning, Rip walked into the center of the circle. He didn't speak. He simply opened his hand and dropped the small, leather-bound Bible into Captain Polk's hands. Polk looked at the name on the cover, then up at Rip, his eyes full of a terrible understanding. He opened the Bible, and the unfinished letter fell out. A wave of comprehension, of pure cold horror, washed over the assembled families. They looked at each other, and in their eyes the last foolish hope of turning back died. There was no safety behind them. There was only the trail ahead, a hard, uncertain path into a land that did not want them. They were fewer now, and weaker. But for the first time since leaving Dodge, they were truly united. They were united in fear. Chapter 8. Did you hear that? The words, spoken in a fearful whisper by Bertha Hoffman, were almost lost in the groan of the wagon and the plodding rhythm of the oxen. Her husband, Franz, the ex-banker, leaned out, his face a mask of anxiety. Hear what, my dear? The answer was a sharp, violent crack, like a tree limb snapping in a winter storm. The Hoffman's heavy wagon lurched, tilted sickeningly to the left, and came to a dead grinding halt, the splintered end of its rear axle digging a deep furrow in the hard-packed earth. The entire train shuddered to a stop behind them, a wounded serpent come to rest. Rip was there in a minute, his horse kicking up dust. He dismounted and looked at the damage without a word. The thick oak axle, dried and stressed by weeks on the trail, had shattered, the brake a jagged, ugly mouth of splintered wood. The heavy wheel lay on its side in the dust, a useless, discarded coin. Can you fix it? Franz Hoffman asked, his voice trembling. He was a man accustomed to fixing problems with a signature on a piece of paper, and his helplessness was a raw, open wound. Before Rip could answer, another sound came from further back in the line. A low, grinding squeal, followed by the splintering crunch of wood under extreme pressure. Old Wilhelm Weber's wagon, the one carrying his precious printing press, sagged in the middle, its front wheel collapsing into a tangle of broken spokes. 2 wagons down in less than a minute. The land was fighting back. They had left the flat, forgiving plains of Kansas and were entering the broken, rocky country that was the doorstep to the mountains. The trail was no longer a path, it was an obstacle course. "We are finished," Greta Klein wailed from her wagon, her voice a thin thread of despair. "We are stranded." A wave of panic, cold and infectious, washed through the pioneers. They gathered around the 2 broken wagons, staring at the damage as if it were a death sentence. They had no forge. They had no wheelwright. The tools they carried were for simple repairs, not for rebuilding the bones of their rolling homes. Rip looked at their faces, at the fear turning to hopeless resignation. He felt a flicker of the old, cold rage. The trail didn't care about their despair. It would swallow them whole if they let it. "Jimmy," he said, his voice cutting through the rising murmur of fear. "Saddle your horse. We're going back." "Back where?" the young scout asked, his eyes wide. "To the boneyard," Rip said. "We need parts." The ride back to the site of the deserters' massacre was a grim, silent affair. The vultures had done their work. The prairie wolves had done the rest. The bones of the oxen were scattered, picked clean and bleached white by the sun. The scattered remnants of 3 families' lives were a ghost town of regret. They worked for 2 hours under the hot sun, their hands raw, their faces grim. They were not mechanics, they were grave robbers. They stripped the burned and broken wagons of anything useful. They pried the iron fittings from the hubs of the wheels. They managed to salvage 1 axle from the fisher's wagon, though it was scorched and slightly warped. They gathered up the unbroken spokes from the shattered wheels, a pitifully small collection. They loaded the grim harvest onto their horses and rode back to the stranded train, the clank of iron a funereal bell. The pioneers watched them return, their expressions a mixture of hope and revulsion. They were using the tools of the dead to save the living. The work was brutal, a desperate piece of trail engineering. The salvaged axle was shorter than the Hoffman's original. Rip and Wilhelm Weber, the old farmer's practicality a silent, steady anchor in the chaos, sawed it down. They fitted it to the wagon, their hands bleeding from the rough, splintered wood. The wagon now stood lopsided, canted to one side, a cripple that would limp its way west. "It will not hold for long," Weber said, his voice a low, German-inflected rumble. "It has to hold long enough," Rip replied, his voice flat. The Weber's wheel was a harder problem. They had only a handful of mismatched spokes. Rip knocked out the broken ones and hammered in the replacements. The fit was poor. The wheel was no longer a perfect circle. It had a wobble, a flaw in its heart that would stress the hub and the rim with every turn. As they worked, a new sound began to filter through the camp, a sound that cut through the clang of hammers and the rasp of saws. A low, rhythmic moaning. It came from the Weber's wagon. Emma Weber, Wilhelm's wife, a stout, quiet woman who had faced every hardship of the trail with a silent fortitude, was in labor. "It is too soon," Greta Klein whispered, her face pale. "The baby is not due for another month." The other women, Bertha Hoffman and the remaining Klein women, rallied. They stretched a blanket between 2 wagons, creating a makeshift shelter from the wind and the prying eyes of the men. They boiled water. They tore strips from their precious linen sheets. They did what women have always done in the face of life and death, their low, murmured voices a stark contrast to the harsh, masculine work of the repairs. The labor was hard and fast. The sun beat down. The men hammered and sawed, their sweat dripping into the dust. The wagon train was a small, desperate island of humanity, fighting for its life on 2 fronts. Late in the afternoon, as Rip was fitting the last wobbly wheel back onto the Weber's wagon, a thin, weak cry cut through the air. A baby's first breath. A wave of something akin to hope washed through the exhausted camp. A new life. A sign that God had not completely abandoned them. Wilhelm Weber dropped his hammer and ran to the shelter, his old face transformed by a desperate joy. He came back a few minutes later. The joy was gone, replaced by a grief so profound it seemed to have carved new, deeper lines into his face. He walked to Rip, his steps unsteady. "A boy," he said, his voice a hoarse whisper. He looked out at the endless, empty prairie. He was small. He could not catch his breath. "He is gone." The news settled over the camp like a shroud. A broken axle could be mended. A shattered wheel could be patched. But this was a dream broken beyond repair. The future they were all fighting for, the new life in a new land, had been born and had died in the dust of the trail in the space of a few hours. The silence that followed was absolute. No one spoke. No one wept. The grief was too deep for tears. They had faced death from sickness, death from violence. But this felt different. This was the trail itself, the hard, indifferent land, stealing their future before it had even begun. Rip looked at the faces around him, at the hollowed-out eyes, the slack-jawed despair. He felt the cold, hard clarity that had been his shield since Rebecca's death begin to crack. He saw the tiny, still bundle the women carried from the shelter, and for the first time, the full, crushing weight of all they had lost settled on him. He turned away, his jaw clenched so tight it ached, and looked west, at the mountains that were now just a faint, hazy line on the horizon. They seemed impossibly far away. He walked to the head of the lopsided, crippled train. He didn't offer words of comfort. He had none to give. He picked up the long bullwhip. He did not crack it over the heads of the lead oxen. He cracked it once, a sharp, clean sound in the dead air, a signal that was not a command but a stark, brutal statement. The living would go on. He turned his face to the west and began to walk, leaving another new grave behind in the gathering dusk. Chapter 9. The sky had been a bruised, sullen purple all afternoon, the air thick and heavy, pressing down like a physical weight. The oxen were restless, their tails twitching, their heads low. The pioneers moved with a lethargic slowness, their voices hushed, as if the coming storm had already stolen the air from their lungs. "It's going to be a bad one," Jimmy Hawkins said, riding up beside Rip. "The air smells green." Rip scanned the horizon. A wall of dark, churning cloud was building in the west, its underbelly lit by flickering, silent flashes of lightning. "Circle the wagons. Tight. Picket the horses and the mules on short ropes inside the circle. Get the cattle on the downwind side, and get some men out there to hold them." The commands were sharp, precise. The pioneers, their earlier defiance burned away by the graves they had left behind, moved to obey without question. They had learned that the trail's lessons were written in blood. The first clap of thunder was a distant guttural rumble, the growl of a hungry beast. The wind picked up, cool and smelling of rain and damp earth. It whipped at the canvas covers of the wagons, making them snap and pop like gunshots. The cattle herd, a mix of the train's stock and the fever strays, milled nervously. Otto Klein, his face a mask of grim determination since the death of his nephew and the alkali water incident, stood with 3 other men, trying to keep the animals calm. His own team of 4 oxen, the best in the train, were his pride, his only remaining asset in a world that had taken everything else. The storm hit not as rain, but as a solid wall of wind and water. The sky opened, and the deluge was instantaneous, blinding. Lightning spider-webbed across the heavens, followed an instant later by a cannonade of thunder that shook the very ground. A bolt of pure, white fire struck a lone cottonwood tree 100 yards from the camp. The tree exploded, a shower of splinters and steam. That was all it took. The cattle herd, already on a knife's edge of panic, broke. It was not a drift, it was an explosion. A single, unified entity of terror and muscle, A brown river of horns and hooves, they turned from the lightning and ran. Stampede. The cry was ripped from a man's throat, barely audible over the roar of the storm and the thunder of 100 panicked beasts. The men holding the herd were scattered like leaves in a gale. They ran for the safety of the wagons, their shouts lost in the chaos. All but one. Otto Klein stood his ground. He saw the herd swerve, saw his own prized oxen being swept up in the terrified mass. His future, his family's survival, was tied to those 4 animals. He ran, not away from the stampede, but toward it, waving his arms, his mouth open in a desperate, foolish shout, trying to turn the leaders to salvage his team from the chaos. Otto, no, his wife Greta screamed from their wagon, her voice a thin thread of horror. Rip was already on his horse, the roan fighting the bit, its eyes wide with terror. He saw Klein, a small, stubborn figure against a backdrop of pure, kinetic violence. Klein, get back. But Otto Klein was deaf to anything but the sound of his own ruin. He reached the edge of the herd, a wall of dark, moving bodies in the sheeting rain. A big longhorn, its eyes rolling white with fear, lowered its head and slammed into him. He disappeared. He did not scream. He was simply gone, erased from the world, absorbed under the churning, trampling hooves. The stampede raged past the wagon circle, a force of nature that could not be stopped or turned. It was over in 2 minutes. The thunder of the hooves receded, replaced once more by the roar of the rain and the sobbing of Greta Klein. The storm passed as quickly as it had arrived. It left behind a washed-clean world, the air cool and sharp, the prairie dotted with pools of standing water that reflected the bruised, clearing sky. And it left behind a ruin. Rip and Jimmy rode out to assess the damage. The news was grim. Of the nearly 80 head of cattle, they found fewer than 30 scattered for miles, their sides heaving, their legs trembling. The rest were gone, swallowed by the prairie. More importantly, half the oxen teams were missing, including the entire teams of the Hoffman and Klein families. They found what was left of Otto Klein, a half-mile from the camp. There was not enough of him left to bury. Rip delivered the news to the assembled pioneers, his voice flat, his face hard as carved stone. We have 12 oxen left. Not enough to pull all the wagons. He looked at the faces before him, at their shock giving way to a new, deeper despair. We consolidate. The remaining teams will be shared. And we lighten the loads. Now. He walked to the Hoffman's wagon. The banker's family had brought half their house with them. A heavy oak sideboard, a brass-bound trunk, a set of porcelain dishes. This goes, Rip said, his hand slapping the sideboard. But that was my grandmother's, Bertha Hoffman stammered, her face pale. Your grandmother isn't going to pull this wagon to Oregon, Rip said. It goes or you stay. He moved to the next wagon. A heavy cast-iron stove. This too. A wooden rocking chair. And this. He was a surgeon, cutting away the fat, the sentiment, the dead weight of their past lives. For every pound they lost, they gained a yard of trail. It was the brutal math of survival, and he was its unyielding enforcer. He came to the Weber's wagon. Old Wilhelm and his wife Emma stood before it, their faces set in a silent, stubborn defiance. Their wagon was not overloaded with furniture. It was dominated by one single, massive object, shrouded in a heavy canvas tarp. A printing press. It's time, Wilhelm, Rip said, his voice softer than it had been with the others. No, the old man said, his voice a low rumble. He put a protective hand on the tarp. Wilhelm, it weighs 1,000 pounds. It's a full load for 2 oxen by itself. We don't have the animals to spare. It is not a piece of furniture, Emma Weber said, her voice trembling but firm. It is our life. It is the newspaper we will start in the Willamette Valley. It is the voice of civilization. We did not carry it this far to leave it for the coyotes. You'll be feeding the coyotes yourself if we can't make the pass before the first snow, Rip countered. The press stays. It's that or the food. Then we will stay with it, Wilhelm said, his jaw set. The other pioneers watched, a new conflict tearing at their already frayed unity. They saw the Webbers not as stubborn fools, but as defenders of a dream, a symbol of the future they were all fighting for. To abandon the press felt like abandoning hope itself. Rip looked at the old man's defiant face, at the tears welling in his wife's eyes. He looked at the press, a heavy iron anchor of a dead world. He had faced down gunmen and mutineers. He had killed men. But he was unprepared for this, for the quiet, unyielding strength of an old man's dream. He uncoiled the bullwhip from his belt. He did not raise it. He held it, the leather a heavy final weight in his hand. Chapter 10. The silence of the trail had changed. It was no longer the vast, clean quiet of an empty world. It was the pinched, hungry silence of an empty stomach. Anything. Jimmy Hawkins slid from his horse, his young face gaunt, his movements slow with a weariness that went bone deep. He shook his head. Saw a dust devil and 3 crows, Rip. That's it. It's like God wiped the whole prairie clean of anything worth eatin'. Rip looked out from the small rise where he'd been watching the train make its cold, miserable camp. He didn't need the scout's report. He could see the truth in the hollow eyes of the pioneers, in the way the children no longer ran beside the wagons but sat listlessly on the tailgates. The stampede had taken their cattle. The trail was giving them nothing back. We'll post a double guard on the oxen tonight, Rip said, his voice a low rasp. A man gets hungry enough, he starts looking at his team in a whole new light. That evening, the hunger became a living thing around the small, scattered fires. There was no communal meal. The remaining supplies had been divided after the stampede, a desperate attempt at fairness that had only created tiny, suspicious kingdoms. Each family huddled around its own meager cookpot, guarding their rations with watchful eyes. Rip saw Bertha Hoffman, the banker's wife, take a small cloth sack from deep within her wagon and quickly hide it under her dress before scurrying to her fire. He saw old Wilhelm Weber chewing on a piece of boiled leather from a broken harness, his jaw working with a slow, grim determination. The worst was the children. The Hoffman's youngest boy, a child of 5, cried with a thin, persistent whimper that frayed the nerves of the entire camp. It was not a cry of temper, but of a deep, gnawing emptiness. Emma Weber could not bear it. She watched the child from her own fire, her face a mask of anguish. Her own baby had died in the dust. The sound of a starving child was a pain she could not ignore. She looked at her husband, Wilhelm, who was staring into the flames, his pride a hard, unyielding wall around his own hunger. "We must do something," she whispered, her voice rough. "We have what we have," Wilhelm rumbled, not looking at her. "The Kleins have flour. They were merchants. They know how to keep a secret stock. Then we must ask." "We do not beg," he said, the words final. Later, when the moon was high and the camp was wrapped in a restless sleep, Emma Weber slipped away from her wagon. She moved like a ghost through the moonlight, clutching a small, cloth-wrapped object in her hand. She went to the Klein's wagon, where Friedrich Klein, Otto's brother, sat on guard, a rifle across his knees. His face was thin and sharp in the moonlight, his eyes suspicious. "Frau Weber," he said, his voice a low whisper. "You should not be wandering." "I have come to trade, Herr Klein," she said, her voice trembling. She unwrapped the object in her hand. It was her wedding ring, a thick band of German gold, its surface worn smooth by 40 years of work and marriage. For flour. Just enough for a few loaves. For the children. Friedrich Klein stared at the ring. It was a piece of another world, a world of churches and bakeries and full larders. It was a fortune. He looked back at his own wagon, where his wife and children slept, their bellies as empty as hers. The hesitation on his face was a brief, silent battle between his conscience and his own family's survival. Survival won. He nodded once, his face grim. He disappeared into his wagon and returned with a small but heavy-seeming sack. The exchange was made in silence. The ring, a symbol of a lifetime of faith, for a few pounds of flour. Emma scurried back to her wagon, clutching the sack like a priceless treasure. Before dawn, she was at her fire, mixing the flour with precious water. Her movements were eager, her face lit with a desperate hope. She would make bread. The smell of it would be a prayer, a promise that they were still civilized people. The dough felt wrong. It was gritty, heavy. It would not rise. She frowned, kneading it with her worn, capable hands, but the texture was strange, lifeless. A terrible suspicion began to dawn in her mind. She took a handful of the white powder and held it up in the first gray light of morning. She let it run through her fingers. It was not just flour. It was mixed with something else, something fine and pale and worthless. She walked to the creek and poured the flour into a tin plate, adding water, swirling it gently. The flour dissolved into a thin, milky paste. At the bottom of the plate, a thick layer of fine pale grit remained. Sawdust. The cry she let out was not one of grief. It was a raw, guttural scream of pure, absolute betrayal. Wilhelm was at her side in an instant. He saw the plate, the gritty residue, the look on his wife's face. He did not need an explanation. He picked up a heavy iron skillet from their cold fire and walked, his steps heavy and deliberate, toward the Klein's wagon. "Thief!" he roared, his voice the boom of a breaking dam. "Liar!" Friedrich Klein scrambled out of his wagon, his face a mask of fear and guilt. "Wilhelm, wait." It was not much. Just a little, to make the sack seem full. "You traded my wife's honor for sawdust," Wilhelm bellowed, his face purple with rage. He raised the heavy skillet. Greta Klein, Otto's widow, ran between them, her arms outstretched. "No. No more killing." Wilhelm shoved her aside. He was not a fighter, but his rage gave him a terrible strength. He brought the skillet down in a clumsy, brutal arc. Friedrich threw up an arm to block it, and the iron hit his forearm with a sickening crack. He screamed, stumbling back, his arm broken. The camp exploded into chaos. The Hoffmans ran from their wagon. The Weber's sons ran to their father's side. It was not a fight anymore. It was a riot, a desperate, ugly brawl fueled by hunger and betrayal. Rip came through them like a storm. He did not shout. He did not fire a warning shot. He grabbed Wilhelm Weber by the collar and threw him to the ground. He put a boot on the old man's chest, pinning him. He turned to the others, his face a mask of cold fury, his Colt in his hand. Enough. The word was a whip crack. The brawl sputtered and died, the pioneers backing away, their faces a mixture of fear and shame. "Give me the flour," Rip said to Friedrich Klein, who was cradling his broken arm, his face white with pain. Sobbing, Klein's wife retrieved the sack of adulterated flour. She handed it to Rip. He walked to the Hoffman's wagon. "Your beans, Frau Hoffmann. The ones you have hidden." Bertha Hoffmann stared at him, her face crumbling. Weeping, she produced the small sack she had hidden. He went from wagon to wagon. He was not asking. He was taking. He gathered their secret stashes, their hoarded crusts of bread, their pitiful handfuls of rice. He piled it all in the center of the camp, a small, pathetic mountain of their collective selfishness. He stood over the pile, his gun still in his hand. "There are no more families," he said, his voice a low, deadly rasp that cut through the morning air. "There is no more yours and mine. There is only this train. There is only us. From now on, we eat together or we starve together. The choice is yours." He looked at their faces, at the hate and the fear and the dawning, terrible understanding. "Now, somebody get me a splint for this man's arm. We're burning daylight." Chapter 11. It is not possible. Greta Klein stood at the opening of her wagon, her shawl pulled tight, her voice a thin thread of disbelief against the rising wind. "It is October. It cannot be snow." But it was. Not the gentle drifting flakes of a winter morning, but a hard, horizontal sleet that stung the skin like thrown sand. It had started an hour ago, a strange gray chill that had bled the color from the sky. Now, the wind howled through the narrow mountain pass, and the sleet was turning to a thick, wet snow that was already beginning to coat the canvas wagon covers in a shroud of white. Rip stood with Captain Polk and Wilhelm Weber behind the shelter of the lead wagon, the wind tearing at their coats. They were in a bad place. A narrow valley in the foothills of the Rockies with nowhere to go but forward or back, and both options were disappearing under a blanket of white. "We can't stay here," Polk shouted over the wind. "We're too exposed. We have to push on, to the timberline. Find some cover." "The oxen can't pull the wagons through a foot of this," Rip countered, his face grim. "They're already worn down. We'll lose them. We'll lose them anyway, if they freeze to death where they stand." The decision was made for them. A gust of wind, a solid physical blow, slammed into the side of the Hoffman's wagon, already top-heavy with the banker's possessions. The wagon tilted, swayed for a terrifying moment on two wheels, and then crashed onto its side with a sound of splintering wood and shattering porcelain. Bertha Hoffman's scream was ripped away by the wind. The train was trapped. They circled the remaining wagons as best they could, the animals huddled inside the makeshift corral, their backs to the driving snow. The temperature plummeted. The wet, heavy snow clung to everything, freezing as it landed. Ice formed on the men's beards, on the horns of the oxen, on the iron tires of the wheels. The world shrank to the small, smoky interiors of the wagons. The families huddled together under every blanket they owned, their fear a cold, living thing in the cramped spaces. The first fire was started with a splintered chair from the Hoffman's overturned wagon. The flames leapt up, a defiant splash of orange against the swirling white, and the pioneers gathered around it, their hands outstretched, their faces gaunt and shadowy in the flickering light. "It will not be enough," Wilhelm Weber said, his voice a low rumble. "This storm, it has teeth." By the second day, the snow was waist-deep. The wind never stopped. The world outside the wagons was a white, howling emptiness. The first fire had died, and a new one was started with a heavy oak sideboard that Franz Hoffmann wept to see burn. They were burning their past to survive the present. The cold was a predator. It crept through the canvas, under the blankets, into their bones. The children suffered the most. Little Maria Klein, Otto's last surviving child, had been quiet for hours, her small body curled into a tight ball in her mother's arms. "She is so cold," Greta Klein whispered to Emma Weber, who had come to sit with her. "I cannot seem to get her warm." Emma touched the child's cheek. The skin was like ice. She pulled the child into her own arms, under her thick woolen shawl, trying to share her own body's fading warmth. "We must keep her awake. Talk to her, Greta. Sing to her." Greta began to sing a lullaby in German, her voice a thin, reedy counterpoint to the howl of the wind. She sang of green valleys and warm summer days, a desperate prayer against the frozen reality of the wagon. Rip and Jimmy spent the day moving from wagon to wagon, checking on the families, distributing the last of the salted beef from a common pot. The faces that looked back at him were hollowed out, their eyes dull with a despair that was deeper than the snow. He came to the Klein's wagon. The singing had stopped. Greta Klein sat on a crate, her arms wrapped around her daughter, rocking back and forth in a silent, rhythmic grief. Emma Weber sat beside her, her hand on Greta's shoulder, her own face a mask of shared sorrow. Rip didn't need to ask. He saw the still, small form in Greta's arms. He saw the blue tinge of the child's lips. Maria Klein was gone, another small ghost left on the trail. He backed out of the wagon, the cold in his own chest a thing that had nothing to do with the temperature. That night, the debate began. It was not a loud, angry argument like the ones that had come before. It was a hushed, desperate council of war, held around a fire fed by the last of the Hoffman's furniture. "We are out of wood," Captain Polk said, his voice raw. "Tomorrow, we start breaking up the wagons themselves." "And then what?" Franz Hoffman asked, his voice shaking. "We cannot walk out of here. We will freeze." "There is still the meat," Wilhelm Weber said, his gaze moving to the huddle of shivering oxen inside the circle. A terrible silence fell over the small group of survivors. They had shared their food. They had burned their possessions. Now they faced the final, unthinkable choice. The oxen were their future, their means of reaching the promised land. To eat them was to admit that the journey was over, that they were stranded, that their dream was dead. "We cannot," Bertha Hoffman whispered, her voice horrified. "They are all we have left." "We have our lives," Emma Weber said, her voice surprisingly strong. "For now. A wagon can be replaced. An ox can be bought. A life cannot." The argument went back and forth, a desperate tug of war between hope and survival. Rip listened, his face a hard, unreadable mask. He looked at the faces around the fire, at the red-rimmed eyes, the cracked lips, the way their hands trembled from cold and hunger. He thought of Maria Klein, a small frozen statue in her mother's arms. He stood up. The debate died in his throat. He pulled the heavy skinning knife from the sheath on his belt. The firelight glinted on the long, clean blade. "Poke," he said, his voice a low command. "Get the women and children into the far wagons. They don't need to see this." He looked at Wilhelm Weber and the other men. "I need 3 of you. The ones with the strongest stomachs." He didn't wait for an answer. He turned his back on the fire, on their horrified, grateful faces. He walked toward the huddled shapes of the oxen, the knife in his hand, his boots crunching in the deep, silent snow. Chapter 12. The fire, fed with the splintered wood of what was once the Weber's wagon, hissed in the wet snow. The smell of roasted ox meat, which should have been a comfort, was a funeral scent. They had eaten their future, and the taste was bitter. What now? The question came from Franz Hoffman, the ex-banker. He sat huddled in a thin blanket, his face gaunt, his eyes holding the terrified incomprehension of a man who had fallen out of his own life. Rip looked up from the rock where he was lashing together a crude sledge from wagon boards and strips of hide. "Now we walk." "Walk where?" Bertha Hoffman asked, her voice a thin, reedy whisper. "We are in the mountains. We have no wagons, no shelter." "The trail is still there," Rip said, not looking at them, his hands busy with the knots. "Under the snow. We follow it west. Over the pass." "We cannot carry our things," Hoffman argued, a note of panic rising in his voice. "The blankets, the tools, what is left of the food." "You carry what you can on your back," Rip said, his voice flat and hard. "What you can't carry, you leave behind." He pulled the last knot tight and stood. The sledge was ugly, but it was strong. "We leave the wagons. We leave the press." He looked at Wilhelm Weber, who sat staring into the fire, his face a mask of carved granite. "We leave everything but what will keep us alive until the next sunrise." The exodus from the snowbound camp was a ragged, desperate procession. They looked like the ghosts of the pioneers they had set out to be. Each survivor was a beast of burden, their backs bent under pathetic loads, a blanket roll, a sack of dried meat, a kettle, an axe. Franz Hoffmann, who once commanded thousands of dollars with a flick of his pen, now struggled under the weight of 50 pounds of flour. His wife carried their 2 remaining children, their small pale faces peering out from a nest of shawls. Wilhelm Weber, his dream of a newspaper left to rust in the snow, carried only a rifle and a small, heavy box of lead type, a last irrational piece of the man he used to be. His wife Emma walked beside him, her face set, her eyes on her husband's shuffling feet. They were the walking dead, a small dark line of misery against an endless, unforgiving canvas of white. The mountain pass was a funnel for the wind, a relentless, biting cold that leached the strength from their bones. The snow was knee-deep, and every step was a battle. Rip broke the trail, his long legs scissoring through the drifts, packing the snow down for those who followed. Jimmy Hawkins walked at the rear, helping the stragglers, his young face old with a weariness that had nothing to do with age. They had been walking for 6 hours when Wilhelm Weber fell. He didn't cry out. He didn't stumble. He simply stopped, his legs folding under him as if his strings had been cut. He sat down in the snow, the rifle falling from his numb fingers. Wilhelm. Emma rushed to his side, her own breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. Get up. We must keep moving. The old man looked up at her, his face the color of ash, his lips blue. A faint, sad smile touched his mouth. "Nein, mein Schatz," he whispered, the words lost in the wind. "I am done." His eyes fluttered and closed. No. Emma's cry was a raw, animal sound of pure denial. She shook him, her hands clumsy in their worn mittens. "Wilhelm, you cannot. You cannot leave me here." Rip was there, kneeling in the snow beside them. He felt for a pulse in the old man's neck. There was nothing. The trail had claimed another. Wilhelm Weber's tough, stubborn heart had simply worn out. Emma began to weep, deep, shuddering sobs that shook her entire body. She cradled her husband's head in her lap, rocking him in the snow as if he were a sleeping child. The other survivors stopped, their small column broken. They looked at the scene, their own grief and exhaustion a heavy weight on their shoulders. They had known this was coming. They had seen it in the old man's gray face for days. Captain Polk came forward, his own face a mask of sorrow. "Emma, we have to go on. The storm is coming back." "We are not leaving him," she said, her voice fierce, her eyes blazing with a sudden terrible strength. "He will have a Christian burial. We will dig a grave." Rip looked at the ground. It was frozen solid, hard as iron under 2 feet of snow. "We can't dig here," he said, his voice gentle. "It would take us a day. We don't have a day." "Then we will carry him," she declared, her jaw set. "We will carry him until we find ground soft enough to bury him with the dignity he deserves." The survivors stared at her, at the sheer impossible madness of her grief. They were barely able to carry themselves. To carry a dead man, even a few miles, was a sentence of death for them all. "Emma, please," Polk begged. "Be reasonable." "Reasonable," she spat the word. "My baby is dead. My husband is dead. You ask me to be reasonable? I will see him buried. I will not leave him to the wolves." She looked at her 2 grown sons, their faces numb with shock. "You will help me. We will carry your father." Rip stepped forward. He looked down at the old woman, at her fierce, irrational love. He had seen this before. He had seen grief make people strong, make them stubborn, make them dangerous. "Emma," he said, his voice quiet but carrying a new, hard edge. "We are not carrying him." She looked up at him, her eyes filled with a sudden, blazing hatred. "You. The butcher. The man with no heart. You will not tell me what to do with my husband." I'm telling you what we are all going to do, he said, his voice flat, cutting through her grief like a knife. We are going to live. We are going to walk out of these mountains. And we are going to do it now. He turned to her sons. Take your mother's pack. Help her to her feet. The young men hesitated, torn between their mother's grief and the brutal logic in Rip's voice. Now, Rip commanded. One of the sons, the younger one, reached for his mother's arm. She shook him off, her strength astonishing. No, I will not leave him. You have no choice, Rip said. He took a step closer. He looked at her, and his face was a thing of cold, hard pity. He remembered another grave, a woman he had loved, left alone on the prairie. He knew what it was to walk away. We all leave someone behind on this trail. It's the price we pay. Now, get up, or we will leave you with him. The cruel, necessary words hung in the frozen air. The other pioneers stared, their faces a mixture of horror and a terrible secret relief. He had said what they were all thinking. He had taken the sin upon himself. Emma Weber stared at him, her face crumbling. The fight went out of her, replaced by a wave of utter, soul-crushing despair. Her sons gently lifted her to her feet. She did not resist. She was a sleepwalker, her eyes fixed on the still form of her husband in the snow. Rip turned to the rest of them. Pick up your loads. We're moving. He turned his back on the dead man and the weeping widow. He looked ahead, at the trail that was only a faint depression in the endless white. He took the first step, then another, breaking the path, his boots sinking into the deep, soft snow, leading the living away from the dead. Chapter 13. They were ghosts walking through a graveyard of their own making, the wind a low moan through the skeletons of the pine trees. For 2 days, they had followed the shallow depression in the snow that was the only memory of the trail, their world a silent, white agony. Captain. Up ahead. The voice was a low growl from a man hunkered down behind a snow-dusted boulder. He held a new-looking Henry rifle, its brass receiver glinting in the pale, thin light. Captain Cole Rains did not get up. He raised a pair of military-issue field glasses and peered down the narrow pass. He saw them then. A ragged line of scarecrows, 10, maybe 12 of them, stumbling through the snow. They were a pathetic sight, their clothes in tatters, their backs bent under meager loads. A slow, cruel smile spread across Rains's face. He was a man who had once worn the blue uniform of the Union Army, but he had traded it for a thick buffalo coat and the absolute freedom of a wolf among sheep. Well, well, he said, his voice a smooth, educated baritone that was strangely out of place in the rugged landscape. Look what the blizzard blew in. It seems the trail provides. He lowered the glasses and looked at the 5 men arrayed around him in the rocks. They were his pack, deserters and road agents, men who had found the 10 Commandments to be an inconvenience. Let's go offer our Christian charity, gentlemen. The survivors heard them before they saw them, the crunch of snowshoes on the crust of the snow, a sound that did not belong in their silent, empty world. They stopped, a huddled knot of fear, their hands going to the few weapons they had left, a hunting rifle, a handful of pistols, an axe. 6 men stepped out from the trees, blocking the pass. They were dressed in thick winter coats, their faces hidden by scarves and low-brimmed hats. They held their rifles with a casual, confident menace. Their leader stepped forward, a tall man with a neatly trimmed beard and eyes the color of a frozen lake. He swept off his hat in a mock bow. Captain Cole Rains, at your service, he said, his smile showing a line of perfect white teeth. Formerly of the United States Army, now a simple merchant of the trail. And you, my poor frozen flock, look like you are in need of a transaction. Rip stepped in front of the others, his own rifle held loosely in his hands. He recognized the type. He had seen them in the war, officers who loved the power more than the cause. We have nothing to trade. Raines's smile widened. Oh, I think you do. You have your lives. And at the moment, I am the sole proprietor of that commodity. He let his gaze drift over the survivors, a butcher assessing cattle. He saw the hollowed-out faces of the women, the terror in the children's eyes, the weary defiance of the few remaining men. We require your supplies. All of them. The food, the blankets, the weapons. A small tariff for safe passage through my territory. This is God's territory, Captain Polk said, his voice a weak, trembling echo of his former command. God, it seems, has abandoned you to the elements, Raines countered smoothly. I, on the other hand, am right here. Rip knew this was not a negotiation. It was a robbery, dressed up in polite language. He looked at Raines's men, at their well-oiled rifles, at the confidence in their posture. His own group was on the verge of collapse. A firefight would be a massacre. We have a little dried meat, Rip said, his voice a low, level bargain. And one rifle. The rest are pistols, barely worth the lead. I will be the judge of that, Raines said. But I am a reasonable man. I see you have no horses. A tragedy. It is a long walk to anywhere from here. His gaze fell on Jimmy Hawkins, who stood beside Rip, his hand on the butt of his pistol, his young face a mask of defiant terror. But I see you have a good coat, son. And fine-looking boots. The threat was clear. They would be stripped of everything, left to freeze in the pass. Take my horse. The words came from Captain Polk. He stumbled forward, his old blue coat a pathetic echo of his former authority. I have a horse. Hidden in the trees back a ways. A good bay. And a military saddle. Worth a fair price. He was lying, his mind addled by exhaustion, clinging to a memory of a horse he no longer had. Raines just laughed, a short, ugly bark. The old man is delirious. Wait, Rip said. He had one card left to play. One last thing of value in a world that had stripped him bare. My horse. The buckskin. And my saddle. And the gun belt. Jimmy Hawkins stared at him, his mouth agape. Rip, no. You can't. Rip ignored him. He looked at Raines. You know horses. He's a quarterbred, strong as an ox, smart as a man. The saddle is custom-made, silver inlaid. The colt is a 73 Peacemaker. Together, they're worth more than all the pathetic supplies this group has left. Raines's interest was piqued. A fine horse and a good gun were the currency of his world. And where is this magnificent animal? I traded him, Rip said. To a band of Utes. For safe passage. They are camped a day's ride south of here. Their chief is a man named Stonebear. You can have the horse. But you have to go get him. It was a lie, a desperate gamble. You would trade your own mount for these scarecrows? Raines asked, a flicker of genuine curiosity in his cold eyes. They're my responsibility, Rip said. Raines considered it, weighing the value of a fine horse against the meager plunder before him. I like a man who understands responsibility, he said finally. He looked at Rip, a new, colder calculation in his eyes. It is a weakness that I can appreciate. He nodded. All right. The horse, the saddle, and the gun, in exchange for your lives. For today. A wave of relief, so profound it was dizzying, washed over the survivors. But, Raines said, his voice dropping, a deal like this requires a gesture of good faith. A down payment, to ensure the quality of the goods. He moved, before anyone could react. He was not a gunman, but he was fast. His movements, the economical precision of a military man. He drew a pistol from under his coat and pointed it, not at Rip, but at Jimmy Hawkins. "And to ensure," Rains said, his voice soft, his smile a terrible thing, "that you understand the consequences of lying to me." He pulled the trigger. The shot was deafening in the narrow pass. Jimmy Hawkins was thrown backward, a look of utter childlike surprise on his face. He didn't make a sound. He hit the snow, a single dark flower blooming on the front of his worn coat. The survivors screamed, a collective ragged cry of horror. Rains looked down at the body, his face showing no emotion. He holstered his pistol. "Cruelty," he said, as if explaining a fine point of philosophy, "is a vital tool in the management of lesser men. It clarifies the terms of the relationship." He turned to his men. "We will visit your Ute friends, Campbell. If the horse is as you say, we will be satisfied. If it is not—" He let the threat hang in the air. "We will be back. And we will not be interested in negotiations." He and his men turned and disappeared back into the trees, their laughter a final, ugly punctuation to the scene. Rip did not move. He stood and looked down at the body of the boy who had ridden with him, who had trusted him. He saw not a dead scout, but a litany of his own failures. Rebecca, Wilhelm Weber, and now Jimmy. The ghosts were getting crowded. He knelt in the snow beside the body. He gently closed the boy's staring eyes. He did not weep. He did not curse. The part of him that could do those things was gone, burned away. All that was left was a purpose, as cold and hard and clean as a piece of sharpened steel. He would find Cole Rains. He would find him, and he would take back the life the man had stolen, one piece at a time. He stood up, his face a mask of carved ice. He had no horse. He had no gun, but the rifle in his hands. But he had a reckoning to deliver. He turned to the west, his gaze fixed on the empty pass. Chapter 14. Rip. Riders. The words were a croak from Franz Hoffmann, his finger a trembling stick pointing north. The survivors, huddled around a pathetic fire of damp pine, scrambled to their feet, their faces masks of pure terror. They saw a line of horsemen on the ridge, dark silhouettes against the cold blue sky. Their minds screamed one name, Rains. Rip was already moving, his rifle in his hand. He shoved the women and children behind the meager cover of a rock slide. "Stay down. Don't make a sound." He dropped to one knee beside Captain Polk, whose eyes were wide with a returning, familiar dread. These were not Rains's men. There were too many of them, at least 15. And they did not ride like white men. They sat their ponies with a fluid, easy grace, as if they were part of the animals themselves. They wore buckskin and buffalo robes, and the morning sun glinted on the barrels of old trade rifles and the heads of lances. "Utes," Rip said, his voice a low growl. "A hunting party, by the look of them." "Will they attack?" Polk whispered, his hand shaking where it gripped his own rifle. "They're looking at a bunch of half-starved scarecrows with 2 rifles between them," Rip said. "The question is, do they see us as pathetic or do they see us as easy?" The riders began to move down the slope, not in a wild charge, but in a slow, deliberate procession. They were not painted for war. They were simply coming to have a look. Their leader rode a lean, powerful Appaloosa, his long hair braided with strips of red cloth. He was an older man, his face a roadmap of sun and wind, his eyes holding the patient, watchful calm of the mountains themselves. Rip stood. To hide was to show fear, and fear was an invitation to contempt. He held his rifle loosely in one hand, its barrel pointed to the ground. He stood alone in the pass, a single defiant figure, and waited. The Utes reined in 20 paces away, their ponies stamping and blowing steam in the cold air. They looked at the pathetic camp, at the huddled women and the gaunt-faced men. They saw the broken sledge, the lack of wagons, the absence of any real wealth. Their expressions were a mixture of curiosity and a faint, aristocratic disdain. The leader walked his horse forward. He looked at Rip, his dark eyes missing nothing. "You are far from your own kind, white man." His English was rough, learned from traders or missionaries, but it was clear. "We're on our way to the great water in the west," Rip said, his voice steady. "Our wagons broke in the storm. We lost our animals." "You are ghosts," the leader said, not with malice, but as a simple statement of fact. "Walking ghosts. I am Stone Bear. This is the land of my people." "We want nothing from your land but passage," Rip said. "We are hungry, but we are not beggars." Stone Bear's gaze swept over the survivors again. He saw Emma Weber, her face a mask of stoic grief. He saw Greta Klein, clutching her husband's Bible to her chest. He saw the Hoffman children, their eyes wide with a terror that transcended language. "The men with the loud guns," he said, his eyes coming back to Rip. "The ones who kill for sport. They passed this way 2 days ago. They told us of you. They said you had a fine horse." The lie he had told Rains had found him. "They took him," Rip said. "They are thieves." "They are wolves," Stone Bear corrected. "And you are the sheep they have wounded." He was silent for a long moment, his eyes weighing them. Rip could feel the balance of their lives tipping on the old chief's decision. Then Stone Bear pointed to the rifle in Rip's hand. "That is a good gun. A Henry. Strong medicine." "It's all we have," Rip said. "You have iron," Stone Bear said. "Your people always have iron." His gaze flickered to the iron skillet lying near the fire, to the axe head leaning against a rock. "My people need iron for arrow points. For knives. The traders asked too many furs." He made a decision. "We have meat. You have iron. We will trade." The relief that washed over Rip was so profound it almost buckled his knees. The trade was a tense, formal affair. Stone Bear's men laid out 3 freshly killed deer on a buffalo robe, their dark blood a shocking splash of life against the white snow. In return, Rip and the other men gathered their pitiful collection of metal goods. The skillet. The axe. 2 heavy iron pots. The knives from their belts. They even offered the iron fittings from the broken sledge. Stone Bear inspected each item with a critical eye. He grunted his approval and gestured for his men to take the goods. The Utes packed the iron onto their ponies with a quiet efficiency. As they prepared to leave, a young warrior, his face arrogant and his eyes hungry, pointed at the small, heavy box of lead type that Wilhelm Weber had carried from their wrecked wagon. "That," the warrior said in the Ute tongue, a single demanding word. Wilhelm Weber, who had been a ghost since his wife's death, came alive. He stepped in front of the box, his body a frail shield. "Neen." The young warrior dismounted, a knife suddenly in his hand. "It is iron," he said to Stone Bear. Rip stepped between them. "It is his medicine," he said to Stone Bear, using a word he knew the chief would understand. "His spirit lives in that box. It is worthless to you, but it is everything to him." Stone Bear looked at the old man's fierce, protective grief. He looked at the box of lead letters. He gave a short, sharp command in his own language. The young warrior scowled but obeyed, sheathing his knife and remounting his pony. "The walking ghosts have a strong spirit," Stone Bear said to Rip. He turned his horse, and without a backward glance led his hunting party away, disappearing back into the silent, snow-dusted pines. That night, for the first time in weeks, the survivors ate. The smell of roasting venison filled the small camp, a scent so rich and full of life it felt like a dream. The meat put strength back in their limbs, and a flicker of hope in their eyes. But the fear remained. "They will be back," Franz Hoffman whispered, his mouth greasy with fat. "They saw how weak we are. They know we have nothing left to trade. They will come back and finish us." The sentiment was a low murmur around the fire. The Utes had saved them, but they had also exposed their absolute vulnerability. The pioneers' gratitude was a thin veneer over a deep abiding terror of the people whose land they were crossing. The next morning, the camp awoke to a new crisis. Klaus Weber, Wilhelm and Emma's youngest son, was gone. And so was one of the fresh haunches of venison. "He is a boy," Emma Weber cried, her face frantic. He would not run away. Rip found his tracks easily in the new snow. They led not west, but north, back in the direction the Utes had gone. A terrible suspicion dawned in his mind. He followed the tracks for a mile, his own steps fast and angry. He found what he was looking for in a small clearing. The tracks of Klaus's worn-out boots, and beside them, the tracks of a Ute pony. There were signs of a brief struggle. Then the pony tracks led away, back toward the high country. Klaus had not run away. He had gone to steal back what he thought was theirs. His father's pride, a bitter inheritance, had driven him to a final, fatal act of foolishness. He had been caught. Rip ran back to the camp. "They have him." The news was a death sentence. They all knew the penalty for theft, for betrayal. "We must go after him," Emma Weber shrieked, grabbing Rip's arm. "You must get him back." Rip looked at her, at the raw, maternal terror in her eyes. He looked at the other survivors, frozen in a new kind of despair. He was their leader. He was their protector. He picked up his rifle, the weight of it a familiar, terrible burden. He turned and started walking north, his boots sinking into the deep, soft snow, following the tracks that led toward a final, impossible negotiation. Chapter 15. The river was not a river. It was a brown, roaring beast, chewing at the soft banks of the narrow canyon, its voice a constant grinding thunder that swallowed all other sound. It was fat with melted snow from the high peaks, and it carried entire trees in its current, tossing them like sticks. "We can't cross that." The words were from Captain Polk, but his voice was a thin, useless thing against the river's roar. He stood beside Rip on a rocky outcrop, the cold spray misting their faces. "The trail map says this is the ford," Polk shouted, his fingers stabbing at the worn paper in his hand. "It's supposed to be shallow here." "The map didn't account for an early thaw," Rip shouted back. He looked at the water, at its raw, implacable power. "We wait, we starve. We go back, we freeze. The only way is through." Franz Hoffmann came up behind them, his face pale, his eyes wide with a city man's terror of untamed nature. "There must be another way. A bridge. A calmer place further downstream." "The next crossing is 50 miles south," Rip said, his gaze fixed on the churning water. "We don't have 50 miles in us." He pointed to a spot where the canyon widened slightly, the current a fraction less violent. "There. That's our best chance. We'll have to double-team the oxen and pray the wagon beds stay above the water." The pioneers gathered at the edge of the torrent, a small, pathetic huddle of humanity against the overwhelming force of the river. The roar was a physical presence, a weight on their chests. The Hoffman children were crying, their small sobs lost in the noise. "I will go first," Franz Hoffman declared, his voice high and thin with a desperate, misplaced courage. "To show that it can be done." "No," Rip said. "Your wagon is the heaviest. We send a lighter one first." "The Webers." "I will not see my family put at risk," Hoffman insisted, his pride stung. "My wagon is the strongest. We will lead." Rip looked at Polk. The captain, his authority already a ghost, just gave a helpless shrug. Rip turned his back. If a man was determined to be a fool, the trail would always oblige him. The crossing was a nightmare, of shouting men and terrified animals. They hitched 8 of their remaining 10 oxen to the front of the Hoffman's wagon. The beasts balked at the water's edge, their eyes rolling, their nostrils flaring at the raw power of the river. Rip and the Weber sons waded into the icy current up to their waists, their hands on the lead oxen, trying to guide them, their feet slipping on the slick, unseen rocks of the riverbed. The water was a physical blow, a numbing, relentless cold that stole the strength from their legs. "Hi-yah!" Hoffman screamed from the buckboard, his voice a frantic squeak. He cracked his whip, and the lead oxen, more afraid of the man behind them than the water in front, plunged into the river. The wagon lurched off the bank and was immediately seized by the current. The water rose with terrifying speed, swirling around the wheels, climbing the wagon bed. The oxen struggled for purchase, their hooves scrambling on the rocky bottom, their great heads held high against the brown flood. "Keep their heads pointed upstream," Rip bellowed, his own voice raw from the effort of staying upright. The wagon was halfway across, a small, fragile island of hope in the roaring chaos. Bertha Hoffman huddled in the back with her 2 children, her infant daughter clutched to her chest, her face a white mask of terror. Then it happened. The left front wheel hit a submerged boulder. The impact was a solid, jarring crunch that they felt more than heard. The wagon slewed sideways, broadside to the full force of the current. For a terrible, heart-stopping moment, it held, the river piling up against its side. Then, with a groan of tortured wood, it began to go over. Franz Hoffman was thrown from his seat like a doll, his shriek lost in the river's roar. The wagon tilted, the canvas cover dipping into the brown water, and then it was gone, overturned, its wheels spinning uselessly in the air before being sucked under. The oxen, tangled in their harnesses, were dragged down with it, their bellows of terror a final, ugly sound before the river silenced them. Rip and the Webers scrambled back to the bank, the current trying to tear them from their feet. They watched, helpless, as the river swept the wreckage downstream. Franz Hoffman surfaced once, his arms flailing, and then he was gone. The survivors on the bank stood frozen, a tableau of pure silent horror. It was over in less than a minute. The river roared on, indifferent, its surface showing no sign of the lives it had just consumed. The silence that fell on the bank was more profound than the river's noise. They had lost 8 of their last 10 oxen. They had lost a family. Greta Klein fell to her knees, her face buried in her hands, her sobs a raw, ragged counterpoint to the water's roar. "No more," she wept. "No more. We are cursed." The others stood in a state of shock, their faces empty, their eyes fixed on the brown, hungry water. The last of their will was gone, washed away with the Hoffman's wagon. Rip walked back from the water's edge, his clothes plastered to his skin, his body numb with a cold that went bone deep. He looked at their broken faces. He knew if he did not act now, they would simply sit here until they starved or froze. They had reached the end of their own strength. He walked to the last remaining wagon, the one that had belonged to the Kleins. He pulled the axe from the loops on its side. Without a word, he began to chop at the front wheel, the blade biting deep into the dry, seasoned oak. The pioneers stared at him, their expressions uncomprehending. "What are you doing?" Captain Polk asked, his voice a hoarse whisper. "Building a bridge," Rip said between swings of the axe. He dismantled the wheel, spoke by spoke. He took the long, heavy ropes from the wagon's supplies. He gathered the iron fittings, the chains, anything that was strong. The idea was a desperate, brutal piece of engineering born of pure necessity. A rope ferry. He would sacrifice their last wagon, their last means of carrying their supplies, to save their lives. It took him an hour to convince them, not with words, but with the relentless, purposeful action of his work. Slowly, one by one, the remaining men, Polk, the Weber sons, came to help, their movements clumsy at first, then gaining confidence as they saw the shape of his plan. Getting the first rope across was the hardest part. Rip tied it around his waist, the other end held by Poke and the Webbers. He took a deep breath and plunged back into the river, the shock of the cold a violent, breathtaking agony. He fought his way across, the current a living thing trying to tear him under, the rope a heavy, dragging anchor. He made it, collapsing on the far bank, his lungs burning, his body trembling with exhaustion. They spent the rest of the day rigging the ferry. They stretched 2 heavy ropes across the river, anchored to a massive pine on one side and the axle of the dismantled wagon on the other. They built a crude platform from the wagon bed, a floating island of rough sawn planks. The first to cross was Greta Klein, her face a mask of terror, her husband's Bible clutched in her hands. The platform, pulled by 4 men hauling on the guide ropes, swayed and bucked in the current, the brown water swirling inches below her feet. She did not make a sound. One by one they crossed. The women, the children, the few remaining men. Each trip was a slow, heart-stopping journey of 100 feet that felt like 1,000 miles. Finally, only Rip and the supplies were left. They loaded the platform with their pitifully small collection of worldly goods, sacks of dried meat, blankets, rifles, the few remaining tools, and Wilhelm Weber's small, heavy box of lead type. The last crossing was the worst. The platform, loaded with the dead weight of their supplies, sagged low in the water. The current pulled at it with a greedy, relentless force. Halfway across, one of the main anchor ropes, frayed by the constant friction, began to smoke. "It's not going to hold," Poke shouted from the far bank. The rope groaned, the sound of tearing fibers a high, thin scream. With a final, explosive crack, it snapped. The platform, free of its tether, was seized by the current. It spun once, twice, and then overturned, dumping their last reserves of food, their blankets, their medical supplies, everything into the roaring, indifferent river. Rip, who had been riding the platform, jumped clear in the last second, catching the remaining guide rope, his hands raw, his body slamming against the roiling water. He hauled himself to shore, hand over hand, and collapsed on the bank, the last man across. They were all alive. They stood on the west bank of the river, a handful of soaked, freezing, and utterly destitute survivors. They had no food but what was in their pockets. They had no shelter but the clothes on their backs. Their last wagon, their last link to the world they had left behind, was gone. They had nothing left but the trail ahead. Rip pushed himself to his feet, his body one great, shivering ache. He picked up his rifle, the only thing he had managed to save. He turned his back on the river and started walking west. Chapter 16. They had walked out of the river and into purgatory. The world was a white, silent monotony of snow and sky, broken only by the black, skeletal shapes of pine trees. They were 12 souls, the grim remainder of a dream that had started with 47. "What is that?" "Under the tree." The voice was Bertha Hoffman's, thin and brittle as ice. She pointed a mittened hand, her face a pale oval of exhaustion inside her fur-lined hood. They saw it then. A dark shape, half buried in a snowdrift under the shelter of a massive ponderosa pine. It was a wagon, or what was left of one. Its canvas was rotted away, its wheels broken, its wood bleached gray by 100 storms. It was a skeleton, picked clean by time. "We keep moving," Rip said, his voice a low command. But they didn't. They were drawn to it, a slow, morbid procession moving off the trail they had been blindly following. They were moths drawn to a dead flame. The camp was a graveyard. 3 wagons, their bones scattered. A rusted-out cook-pot. A child's shoe, small and curled, lying on its side. And the graves. 4 of them, marked by crude crosses made of branches, now leaning at weary angles in the snow. Franz Hoffmann, the ex-banker, a man who understood the finality of a closed ledger, knelt and brushed the snow from the nearest cross. The carving was rough, nearly illegible. Eliza, aged 7. A choked, strangled sob escaped his wife's throat. She pulled her own 2 children closer, her arms a fierce, protective cage around them. Captain Polk stood staring at the scene, his back ramrod straight, his old blue cavalry coat a ragged flag of a forgotten authority. He looked at the wrecked wagons, at the small, pathetic graves, and a tremor ran through his body. He saw not the ghosts of strangers. He saw a mirror. "I brought them here," he whispered, his voice a dry rustle of dead leaves. Rip walked over to him. "Polk, we need to go." The captain didn't seem to hear him. He was looking at the small grave. "I stood in Dodge City," he said, his voice hollow, his gaze fixed on a terrible memory. "I told them it was a new life. I promised them green valleys, order, discipline." He laughed, a short, ugly, broken sound. "I was a soldier. I understood logistics. I understood supply lines. I did not understand this." He swept a hand out, encompassing the brutal, indifferent landscape. "No one understands this until they're in it," Rip said. "Now let's move." "Where?" Polk's voice was sharp, accusatory. He finally turned to look at Rip, and his eyes were the eyes of a man who had stared into the abyss and seen it staring back. "Where are you leading them, Campbell?" "To this. To another camp of bones and broken dreams." "I'm leading them west," Rip said, his voice hard. "It's the only direction we've got." "West is a direction, not a destination." Polk's voice cracked, the last of his military composure shattering. "It's a word we tell ourselves, so we don't have to admit we are lost. I have lost them all, Campbell. The Schmidts. The Kleins. My own daughter." Her name was a physical blow, and he staggered, catching himself on the broken wheel of the derelict wagon. "I am their captain. I am responsible." He slid down the wheel, slumping into the snow, his head in his hands. "And I do not know the way." The confession was a terrible thing to witness. The leader, the rock, the man who had been their North Star, had crumbled. The pioneers stared at him, their last flickering ember of hope extinguished. If the captain was lost, then so were they. Rip looked at the 12 survivors. 12. He did a quick, brutal head count. Polk, the broken captain. The 4 Hoffmans, city folk clinging to the wreckage of their lives. Emma Weber and her 2 sons, their faces hard with a grief that had frozen solid. Greta Klein and Friedrich's family, the last of the Germans, their resilience worn down to a raw, trembling nerve. And himself. A gunman who had only wanted a ride to Oregon. He walked over to Polk and pulled him to his feet. The captain was a dead weight, his body trembling, his eyes vacant. "Look at me," Rip commanded. Polk's gaze slowly focused on him. "You're right," Rip said, his voice a low, brutal rasp. "You don't know the way. You never did. You thought this was a military campaign. You thought you could command the trail. But the trail doesn't take orders." He jabbed a finger into Polk's chest. "You're done. Your command is over." Polk just stared at him, his face slack with shock. "You," Rip said, his gaze sweeping over the others, his voice the crack of a bullwhip. "You are not pioneers. You are not farmers or bankers or printers. You are survivors. That is all that is left. And a survivor has only one job: to take the next step." He turned back to Polk. He did not offer sympathy. The trail had no use for it. "I need a soldier right now, Captain. Not a leader. I need the man who fought with Sherman. The man who knows how to march when his feet are bleeding and his belly is empty. Can you be that man?" Slowly, something flickered in Polk's dead eyes. A memory of another life, another kind of survival. He straightened his shoulders, a fractional, almost imperceptible movement. He gave a single, jerky nod. Rip turned to the others. He looked at their faces, at their terror and their despair. He felt the weight of their lives settle on his shoulders. It was a heavier burden than any pack, colder than any wind. He had not asked for it. He had not wanted it. He had fought against it. But it was his. He was the one who was still standing. "Pick up your things," he said, his voice flat, leaving no room for argument. "The ghosts that live here are not your own. We leave them to their peace." He walked over to the child's grave and picked up the small worn shoe. He tucked it into the pocket of his coat. A reminder. A piece of the price. He turned his back on the dead camp. He didn't look to see if they were following. He knew they would. He was all they had left. He faced the towering, snow-dusted peaks of the mountains, a wall of white that seemed to scrape the roof of the sky. He found the faint depression in the snow that marked the trail. He took the first step. Chapter 17. The fire was a small, hungry mouth, chewing on the last of the pine branches. The only thing in the pot was water, bubbling with a handful of pine needles, a thin, bitter tea that did nothing to fill the gnawing emptiness in their bellies. "Is that it, then?" The question came from Franz Hoffmann. He had been a banker, a man who had understood the solid, reassuring weight of gold. Now his wealth was measured in the number of breaths he had left. Emma Weber, who had become the camp's silent, stoic matriarch, looked into the pot, then at the 12 gaunt faces illuminated by the firelight. She shook her head. There were no words left for this kind of hunger. Rip stood from the rock where he had been watching the darkness. He had not eaten in 2 days. None of them had, not since the last of the Utes' venison was gone. The cold was a constant ache, but the hunger was a predator, a wolf gnawing at their insides. "Poke," he said. "You're in charge until I get back." The former captain looked up, his eyes dull with a weary resignation. "Back from where?" "There is nowhere to go." "There's always somewhere," Rip said. He picked up his Henry rifle, the last long gun in the camp. He checked the action, the familiar metallic click, a small, solid sound in the vast, hungry silence. He had 5 cartridges left. 5 chances to keep them all alive. "You are not strong enough to hunt," Emma Weber said, her voice a low, worried rumble. "You have not eaten." "Hunger makes a man a better hunter," Rip said, the words a cold, simple statement of fact. "It makes him quiet. It makes him patient." He looked at their faces, at the thin, fragile thread of hope his words had just created. It was a heavier burden than the rifle. "Keep the fire small. Don't wander. I'll be back." He walked out of the firelight and was swallowed by the immense pre-dawn darkness of the mountains. The first day was a white hell. He walked on foot, his worn-out boots wrapped in strips of hide to give him purchase in the deep snow. He conserved his energy, his movements slow and deliberate, his eyes constantly scanning, reading the subtle story the snow had to tell. He found the tracks of a snowshoe hare and spent a precious hour following them, only to find the bloody remnants where a hawk had gotten there first. He found the tracks of shod horses. He knelt, his fingers tracing the sharp, clear outline in the frozen crust of the snow. 4 riders. They had passed this way within the last day, heading west, deeper into the mountains. Their trail was confident, purposeful. One of the horses had a distinctive nick in its shoe, an imperfection he logged in his mind. He stood and looked in the direction they had gone. Rains. The name was a cold stone in his gut. He pushed the thought away. The living had to be fed before the dead could be avenged. He moved on, his hunger a low, constant burn. He spent the night in a shallow cave, a hollowed-out space under a granite outcrop, the snow piled deep at its mouth for a windbreak. He did not build a fire. The smoke would be a signal in the clean, cold air. He gnawed on a piece of leather from his belt, the taste bitter, the effort of chewing a small, grim distraction from the emptiness in his stomach. He slept in short, fitful bursts, the faces of the 12 survivors a silent, accusing jury in his dreams. On the morning of the second day, he found the tracks he was looking for. Elk. A small herd, maybe 5 or 6 of them, had passed this way, their sharp hooves punching deep, clean holes in the snow. They were heading for a high, sheltered basin where the wind would have scoured the ground, exposing the winter grass beneath. He began to follow, his own exhaustion forgotten, his body fueled by a pure primal focus. The hunt was on. It was a long, slow stalk, a battle of endurance and patience. He moved through the trees like a ghost, using the terrain for cover, the wind in his face, his every step a silent, calculated placement. Late in the afternoon, he saw them. They were in a small, bowl-shaped valley, a half-mile across, digging at the snow with their hooves to get at the cured grass. A magnificent bull, its antlers a heavy, branching crown, stood watch on a small rise, its head up, its nostrils testing the wind. Rip dropped to his belly, the snow a numbing cold that seeped through his thin coat. He began to crawl, a slow, agonizing process, moving only when the wind sighed through the pines, covering the small sounds of his passage. It took him an hour to cover 200 yards. He was close enough. He rested the long barrel of the Henry on a fallen log, the iron of the sight a small black notch against the vast white of the valley. He lined up the shot. The bull. The biggest, the strongest. It would provide the most meat. He let his breath out slowly, his finger tightening on the trigger. The world narrowed to the space between the front sight and the elk's broad, powerful chest. He paused. Down in the valley, just beyond the elk, he saw the other tracks. The shod horses. They had been here. They had passed through this same valley, their trail a clear, ugly scar on the pristine snow. Rains and his men were ahead of him, somewhere in the mountains to the west. And they were leaving a clear trail. A new, colder calculation entered his mind. He shifted his aim from the bull to a younger, smaller cow on the edge of the herd. It was less meat. But it would be an easier kill, a quieter one, less likely to send a boom echoing through the high, silent passes. He did not want Rains to know he was coming. Not yet. He took the shot. The Henry bucked against his shoulder, the crack of the rifle shockingly loud in the stillness. The cow shuddered, took a stumbling step, and went down, its legs folding under it. The rest of the herd exploded into motion, their powerful bodies throwing up clouds of snow as they fled up the far side of the valley and disappeared into the timber. Silence rushed back in. Rip stayed down for a long time, watching, listening. He saw no movement from the trees, heard nothing but the whisper of the wind. He stood and began the long walk down into the valley. The work was brutal, primal. The elk was a mountain of meat and hide. He worked quickly, his knife sure and practiced, his hands and arms stained red to the elbows. The coppery smell of the blood was a rich, dizzying perfume. He cut away the best parts, the backstraps, the tenderloins, the heavy muscles of the haunches. It was more than he could carry, but it was enough. It was a week, maybe 10 days. It was life. As he worked, he studied the tracks left by Rains's men. They had not paused in the valley. They were riding hard, pushing west. And they were careless. They had left the remains of a small fire, a discarded tobacco pouch, the droppings from their horses. They thought they were the only wolves in these mountains. They did not know they were being hunted. He wrapped the meat in the elk's heavy hide, creating a crude sledge. The journey back was a slow, stumbling agony. He was not just a man anymore. He was a beast of burden, dragging 100 pounds of life through the deep snow, his muscles screaming, his lungs on fire. He was driven by a single, urgent thought. Rains was out there. And Rains would be back. The survivors were no longer just starving. They were bait. He saw the smoke from their fire from a mile away, a thin gray plume against the darkening sky. He stumbled into the small circle of light, a bloody, exhausted specter, and dropped the heavy hide sledge in the snow. The survivors stared, their eyes wide with a disbelief that slowly, painfully, turned to a raw, unutterable joy. Franz Hoffmann began to weep, his face buried in his hands. Emma Weber simply looked at the meat, then at Rip, and a single hard-won tear traced a path through the grime on her cheek. Rip did not join them. He walked to the edge of the firelight, his back to their celebration. He looked out at the mountains, at the cold, indifferent stars that were beginning to appear in the black sky. He had brought them food. He had bought them time. But he knew, with a certainty that was as cold and hard as the rifle in his hands, that he had only led them to a different killing ground. He took the first watch, his eyes not on the darkness of the wilderness, but on the faint, snow-covered trail that led back to them. Chapter 18. The fire was a pathetic thing, a handful of embers that gave more smoke than heat. The survivors huddled around it, gnawing on the last of the tough, stringy elk meat, their silence a heavy, shared blanket of misery. A lovely morning for a foreclosure. The voice was a smooth, cultured baritone, a sound that belonged in a drawing room, not a frozen mountain pass. It came from the trees, from everywhere at once. The survivors froze, their heads snapping up, their faces masks of pure animal terror. Captain Cole Rains stepped out from behind a snow-dusted pine, a Henry rifle held loosely in the crook of his arm. He was not alone. 4 of his men fanned out behind him, their own rifles leveled, their faces hard and bearded under their worn hats. "It seems our transaction is not yet complete," Rains said, his smile showing a line of clean white teeth. He looked past the survivors, at their meager camp. "You've been busy. A successful hunt, I see." He took a step forward, his boots crunching in the snow. "I find myself in a difficult position. My men are cold. Their clothes are worn. And you, it seems, have blankets. You have coats. You have a rifle." His eyes settled on the Henry in Rip's hands. "I have come to collect." Rip rose slowly, the rifle held in one hand, its barrel pointed at the ground. He had known this was coming. He had tasted it in the wind for days. The deal was for the horse. "The deal," Rains corrected smoothly, "was that I would not kill you then and there. I am a man of my word. I did not. This is a new day, and a new deal." He gestured with his rifle. "Your warm clothes. Your blankets. And the rifles. All of them. In a pile. Right there." He pointed to a patch of open snow. "Do that, and I will allow you to continue your pilgrimage." "And if we refuse?" Captain Polk's voice was a dry, reedy whisper, but there was a flicker of his old command in it. He had gotten to his feet, a small, frail figure in his tattered blue coat. Rains's smile did not falter, but his eyes went flat and cold as frozen lakes. "Then my men will get cold, taking the items from your corpses." The choice was no choice at all. They were being stripped bare, left to the mercy of a winter that had none. The fight, when it came, was not a planned defense. It was a desperate, primal act of refusal. It was Franz Hoffmann who broke. He looked at his 2 children, their faces blue with cold, huddled under a single thin blanket. He looked at Rains, at the casual cruelty in the man's eyes. The banker, the man of paper and logic, was gone. All that was left was a father. He let out a strange, choked cry and lunged, not at Rains, but at the man closest to his children, his bare hands reaching for the man's rifle. The bandit just laughed and swung the barrel of his gun, catching Hoffmann in the side of the head. The banker went down in a heap, his brief, foolish courage extinguished. That was the spark. Emma Weber let out a guttural roar, and came up from the fire with the heavy cast-iron skillet in her hands. She swung it like a medieval mace at another bandit, who barely got his rifle up to block it. The clang of iron on steel echoed through the pass. Her 2 sons were right behind her, one with an axe, the other with a heavy branch pulled from the fire, its end a glowing coal. The battle was a swirling, ugly chaos. It was not a gunfight. It was a brawl. The pioneers fought with the desperate, unthinking ferocity of cornered animals. They had nothing left to lose but their own lives, and they sold them dearly. Rip had dropped to the snow the moment Hoffman moved. He fired once, the Henry bucking against his shoulder. One of Raines's men, the one who had struck Hoffman, spun around, a look of surprise on his face, and fell backward, his rifle discharging into the sky. 4 cartridges left. Raines's men, who had expected a simple robbery, were now in a fight. They were professionals, but they were surprised by the sheer, suicidal fury of the starving pioneers. A second bandit raised his rifle to shoot the axe-wielding Weber's son, but Rip's second shot took him in the throat. He dropped his weapon, clutching at his neck, a gurgling, horrible sound coming from his mouth. 3 cartridges. It was then that Captain Polk found his last battle. He saw one of Raines's men shove Emma Weber to the ground and raise his pistol to her head. The man was laughing. Polk, the broken leader, the man who had lost his daughter, his command, and his hope, found the last ember of the soldier he had once been. He did not shout. He did not hesitate. He ran, his old body moving with a surprising speed, and threw himself between the bandit and the old woman. He did not have a weapon. He was just a shield. The pistol barked. Polk grunted, the sound a soft punch of air. He stood for a moment, a look of profound surprise on his face, his hand going to the dark spreading stain on his old blue coat. Then his knees buckled, and he collapsed across Emma Weber's legs, his final selfless act complete. The bandit who had shot him looked down, his face a mask of annoyance, and was about to fire again when Rip's third bullet took him in the chest. 2 cartridges. Raines saw it all. He saw 3 of his men down. He saw the wild, improbable ferocity of the survivors. He was a wolf, not a zealot. This was no longer a profitable venture. He fired a single, unaimed shot toward the camp to cover his retreat. The last of his men, seeing his leader run, scrambled after him. Raines did not leave empty-handed. As he ran, he scooped up the pile of blankets the Hoffmans had dropped, and the extra rifle that had belonged to Polk. He disappeared into the trees, a ghost leaving behind a field of carnage. Silence fell, broken only by the whimpering of the Hoffman children and the low, ragged gasps of the dying. Rip ran to Polk. Emma Weber was cradling the old captain's head in her lap, her tears falling on his gray, sweat-soaked face. The wound was bad, high in the chest, the life pumping out of him with every labored breath. Polk's eyes fluttered open. They were clear, the delirium of the trail gone, replaced by a final, lucid calm. He looked at Rip. "Did we hold?" he whispered, his voice a wet rattle. "We held, Captain," Rip said, his own voice thick. "Good." A faint, peaceful smile touched Polk's lips. "Good soldiers." His eyes found Rip's, and for a moment the old commander was back. His grip tightened on Rip's arm. "Get them home, Campbell. Get my people home." His hand went slack. The last of his breath sighed out into the cold mountain air. The captain was dead. Rip knelt there for a long moment, the captain's last order echoing in the silence. He looked at the bodies of the dead bandits. He looked at the terrified, weeping faces of the survivors. They had won. They were still alive. But they were stripped of their blankets, their winter gear, left with almost nothing in the heart of the frozen mountains. He slowly, gently closed Polk's eyes. He stood up, the weight of the old man's final command settling on his shoulders like a shroud of iron. He looked at the survivors, his survivors now. He had no words of comfort, no promises of an easy road. He bent down and picked up the captain's fallen rifle. He turned and faced the west. Chapter 19. The wind was a hungry animal, clawing at the mouth of the cave, its howl a promise of a cold white death. Inside, the fire was a pathetic heart, beating weakly, its small light pushing back a darkness that was absolute. There is nothing left in it. Franz Hoffmann's voice was a dry, cracking thing. He stared into the iron pot that sat over the embers, at the greasy, translucent broth within. Splintered elk bones and a few boiled strips of boot leather shifted in the simmering water. It tasted of smoke and despair. Emma Weber did not look up from her mending. She was stitching a tear in her son's thin coat with a piece of sinew, her movements slow and deliberate, a small, futile act of order in a world of chaos. "It is warm," she said, her voice a low rumble. "Be grateful for that." 8 of them were left. 8 ghosts huddled in the belly of the mountain, the blizzard their jailer. They had been in the cave for a week, and the last of the elk meat was a memory. For 2 days their only sustenance had been this thin, bitter soup, a grim alchemy of leather and bone. Greta Klein sat wrapped in a single tattered blanket, her back against the cold stone of the cave wall. She had not spoken all day. Her eyes were closed, her face a pale translucent mask. The firelight flickered across her sunken cheeks. "It is my turn for a watch," Rip said. He rose from the shadows near the entrance, the Henry rifle in his hand. He had become a creature of the cave's mouth, his eyes always on the swirling white curtain of the storm, as if he could hold it back by sheer force of will. "There is nothing to watch for," Hoffmann mumbled into his tin cup of broth. "The wolves are smarter than we are. They are sleeping in their dens." "Rains is a wolf," Rip said, his voice flat. "And he doesn't sleep." He took up his position, a sentinel guarding a tomb. The cold from the opening was a physical thing, a constant, seeping pressure that no fire could defeat. He listened to the wind, learning its rhythms, its moments of quiet rage and its long, mournful sighs. He heard the sounds from behind him, the low, desperate murmur of Bertha Hoffmann praying in German, the hacking cough of her youngest child, the grim, rhythmic scrape of Emma Weber's needle. He had promised Poke he would get them home. Home. The word was a joke. It was a place in another lifetime. All that was left was this cave, this fire, this slow, grinding starvation. The night passed, a long, dark, frozen river of time. In the morning, the blizzard still raged. The snow had drifted deep against the cave mouth, sealing them in further. Emma Weber rose first, as she always did, her movements stiff with cold. She added a few precious splinters of wood to the embers and went to wake Greta Klein for her turn to drink the broth. "Greta," she said, her voice soft. She placed a hand on the woman's shoulder. There was no response. The blanket was still. Emma gently shook her. "Greta, it is time." The woman's head lolled to the side, her eyes half open, staring at nothing. Her skin, where Emma touched it, was as cold as the stone wall she leaned against. Emma Weber did not scream. She did not cry out. She simply knelt there for a long moment, her hand resting on her friend's cold shoulder. Then she slowly, carefully pulled the tattered blanket up over Greta's face. She made the sign of the cross, a gesture of profound, exhausted piety. She looked over at Rip, who had turned from the cave mouth, his face a hard, unreadable mask in the dim light. "The Lord has taken her," Emma said, her voice a low, rough whisper. 7. The silence in the cave was different now. It was no longer the silence of hunger. It was the silence of the grave. They looked at the shrouded form of Greta Klein, and they saw their own future. Rip walked to the back of the cave. He picked up the axe. "What are you doing?" Franz Hoffmann asked, his voice a panicked squeak. "Going for firewood," Rip said. "You cannot," Bertha Hoffmann cried, scrambling to her feet. "The storm. It will kill you." "This cave will kill us if I don't," Rip said. He looked at their faces, at the terror that was giving way to a final, absolute despair. The meat is gone. The leather is gone. The fire is almost gone. Hope is gone. He hefted the axe. "There's only one thing left to do. Hunt." "Hunt what?" Polk's voice was a ghost's whisper. "There's nothing alive out there but the storm itself." "Then I'll hunt the storm," Rip said. He walked to the entrance of the cave. He did not look back. He kicked at the snowdrift, clawing his way out into the howling, white chaos. The wind hit him like a solid wall, tearing the breath from his lungs. He bent his head, his body a tight, hard knot of pure will against the rage of the blizzard, and disappeared into the swirling whiteness. They waited. The first day was an agony of listening. They listened to the wind, trying to hear a footstep, a shout, a rifle shot. They heard nothing. They huddled around the dying fire, feeding it the last of their wood, sliver by sliver. The second day, the fire went out. The cold that came into the cave then was a different kind of cold. It was the absolute, final cold of a dead world. They huddled together in a single, shivering mass of humanity, their breath frosting in the air. The body of Greta Klein lay a few feet away, a frozen mound under a blanket of snow that had drifted in through the entrance. "He is not coming back," Franz Hoffmann said, his voice a dead, emotionless thing. "He is dead. And now, so are we." Emma Weber did not answer. She held the Hoffmann children close, her own body a frail, failing shield against the cold. She had closed her eyes. She was praying, or perhaps she was just waiting for the end. The light in the cave mouth began to fail, the gray of the afternoon giving way to the deeper gray of dusk. The wind howled its victory song. Then a shape. It appeared in the opening, a dark, stumbling form against the swirling white. It was not a man. It was a beast, a monster out of a fever dream, lurching, falling, rising again. It was black and shaggy and impossibly huge. The Hoffmann boy screamed, a high, thin sound of pure terror. The shape fell forward, collapsing into the snowdrift at the cave's entrance with a heavy, final thud. And behind it, another shape staggered into view. It was Rip, or what was left of him. His face was a mask of frozen blood and ice. His clothes were ripped, his movements the lurching stagger of a man at the absolute end of his strength. He was dragging the beast behind him with a length of rope. He stumbled into the cave and fell to his knees, his chest heaving, his breath a raw, ragged saw in his throat. He did not look at them. He looked at what he had dragged in. It was a bear. A great, black bear, its fur matted with snow and frozen blood, a massive, silent mountain of meat and life. Rip collapsed onto his side, the axe falling from his numb fingers. He lay in the snow, his body trembling violently, a half-frozen man who had walked into the heart of a blizzard and wrestled life from its teeth. He had come back. Chapter 20. The bear meat was a memory, a ghost of warmth in their bellies. The cave was a tomb they had crawled out of, blinking in the pale, watery sunlight of a mountain spring that felt more like a reprieve than a new beginning. They were 7 now, walking west, their world a silent, dripping landscape of melting snow and black, wet rock. "Do you hear that?" The voice was Emma Weber's, a raw whisper. They all stopped, a huddled knot of rags and bone in the middle of a vast, quiet valley. They listened. It was a faint, popping sound, like a distant string of firecrackers carried on the thin, cold air. Gunfire. Franz Hoffmann's face went slack with a familiar terror. "Brains." Rip didn't answer. He was already moving, his Henry rifle in his hand, scrambling up the side of a steep, rocky ridge that commanded a view of the valley ahead. He dropped to his belly at the crest, the cold, wet granite a shock against his thin shirt. He looked down. The valley floor, a mile wide and 5 miles long, held a sight so incredible it seemed like a fever dream. A wagon train. Not a broken, pathetic line of a dozen wagons, but a city on the move. There were 60, maybe 70 wagons arranged in a massive, orderly circle, their canvas tops a sea of white against the new green of the valley floor. Hundreds of cattle and horses were corralled safely in the center. And they were under attack. A swarm of riders, at least 30 of them, circled the wagons, their ponies kicking up mud and half-melted snow. They were painted for war, their faces streaked with vermilion and black, feathers tied in their hair. They rode low and fast, firing old trade rifles and brandishing lances, their high, ululating cries echoing off the canyon walls. The pioneers in the valley below were fighting back. Puffs of smoke erupted from between the wagons, the sound of the return fire a steady, disciplined rhythm. But they were pinned down, a fortress under siege. Indians, Captain Polk would have called them. But Rip saw what Polk would have missed. He saw the glint of a new-looking, repeating rifle in the hands of one of the riders. He saw a man with a neatly trimmed beard, his war paint a crude, fresh smear over a white man's face. And he saw the way one of the horses moved, a big bay with a distinctive gait, a horse that had once belonged to a Union officer. He saw the nick in the shoe of another horse. He saw the casual, arrogant cruelty in the way they rode. He saw Colerane's. This was not a war party. It was a pirate crew in savage costume, using the pioneers' deepest fears as a weapon. Rip slid back down the ridge, his mind a cold, clear machine of tactical calculation. He reached the 7 survivors, who were huddled behind a rock, their faces pale with terror. "It's Rains," he said, the words flat and hard. "Dressed up like Comanches." "We must hide," Bertha Hoffman wept, clutching her 2 children. "They will find us. They will kill us all." "They're busy," Rip said. "They haven't seen us. We could slip away. Head south." He let the words hang in the air, a tempting poison. Safety. Survival. He looked at their faces. He saw the flicker of hope in Franz Hoffman's eyes, the raw, animal desire to run. Then he looked at Emma Weber. Her face was a mask of hard, unyielding grief. She was looking down at the valley, at the circle of wagons, at the families fighting for their lives. She was seeing her own story, replayed with strangers. "They have children," she said, her voice a low rumble. That was all. Rip looked back down at the battle. He saw Rains, a distant figure on the big bay, directing his men, a general in a stolen war. He saw the flashes of the rifles. He felt the ghosts of his own train at his back, Rebecca, Jimmy, Polk. He had made a promise. Get my people home. These weren't his people. But they were someone's. "All right," he said, his voice a low command that left no room for argument. "The women and children stay here. Behind this rock. Do not move. Do not make a sound." He looked at the Weber sons, 2 young men who had been forged into hard, silent steel by the trail. "You 2 are with me. Bring the axe and the skillet." He looked at Hoffman. "You have a pistol?" The banker nodded, fumbling under his coat for the small caliber gun he had salvaged. "You're the guard," Rip said. "Anything comes over this ridge that isn't me, you start shooting." He didn't wait for an answer. "Let's go." He didn't lead them down into the valley. He led them along the ridge, moving through the sparse, snow-dusted pines, a ghost in the high rocks. The battle raged below them, a distant, deadly theater. They were a pathetic army, a gunman with 2 cartridges left and 2 farm boys armed with tools. But they had one thing Rains's men didn't. They were on the high ground. And they were unexpected. He found the spot he was looking for, a narrow, rock-choked ravine that cut down the side of the valley, ending 100 yards from the rear of the circling bandits. "You wait here," he told the Weber boys. "When I fire, you start making noise. Yell. Scream. Bang the skillet on the rocks. Sound like an army." He left them and began to make his way down the ravine alone, his movements silent, his body a shadow against the dark, wet stone. He reached the bottom and crept forward, using a line of thick brush for cover. He was behind them now, a wolf at the back of the pack. He saw Rains sitting his horse, laughing as one of his men rode close to the wagons and threw a flaming torch onto a canvas cover. Rip rested the barrel of the Henry on the branch of a gnarled pinon pine. He had 2 shots. He was not aiming for Rains. A dead leader just creates a martyr. He was aiming for the lieutenants, the men who gave the pack its teeth. He drew a bead on the man with the new repeating rifle, the one with the neat beard. He fired. The shot was a single, clean crack that was utterly different from the chaotic popping of the battle. The man with the beard jerked in his saddle, his rifle flying from his hands, and pitched sideways to the ground. At the same instant, from the rocks above, a hellish noise erupted. The Weber boys, their voices raw with all the grief and rage they had held inside, screamed like banshees, a wild, terrifying sound that echoed off the canyon walls. They beat the iron skillet with the flat of the axe, a chaotic, metallic clangor that sounded like a dozen blacksmiths at war. The bandits reined in, their heads snapping around, their faces masks of confusion. An attack from the rear? From the high ground? How many? Rip fired his last shot. He took down the rider on Pokes Bay, a big man who seemed to be Rains's second in command. The man went down, and the horse, free of its rider, galloped away. 2 men down. A phantom army in the rocks. The disciplined fire from the wagons did not let up. The tide of the battle turned in a heartbeat. The raid was no longer a profitable venture. It was a trap. Rains saw it. He screamed a curse, a single furious command, and wheeled his horse. The rest of his men needed no encouragement. They broke, a disorganized rabble, and fled down the valley, the steady punishing fire from the wagons chasing them. The battle was over. Rip stood, the empty rifle in his hand. He watched them go, a cold satisfaction settling in his gut. The pioneers in the valley, seeing the attack break, let out a ragged, disbelieving cheer. A group of men, their faces hard and bearded, their clothes plain and homespun, detached from the main circle. They advanced cautiously toward the spot where Rip stood, their long rifles held at the ready. Their leader was a tall, powerfully built man, with a great flowing brown beard and eyes that held a calm, unwavering authority. He stopped 10 paces from Rip, his gaze taking in Rip's ragged clothes, his gaunt face, the empty rifle in his hand. "The Lord has sent us a deliverer," the man said, his voice a deep, resonant baritone. "The Lord was busy," Rip said. "I had a score to settle." The man's eyes, clear and blue as a mountain lake, showed no offense. They held a deep, knowing wisdom. "The Lord works in ways we do not always understand. I am Brigham Young Thompson. This is the first company of the saints, on our way to build Zion in the Salt Lake Valley. And who, in the name of God, are you?" Rip looked at the man, at his calm, certain faith. He looked at the sea of wagons, at the families emerging, at the children peering out, their faces pale but safe. He looked back at the ridge, where his own small, broken family of survivors was waiting. "I'm the man who's going to need a ride," he said. Chapter 21. The firelight cast deep shadows on the hard, bearded faces of the men who sat in a semicircle on ammunition crates and spare yokes. They were the leaders of this rolling city, the elders of the saints, and their eyes, accustomed to judging the hearts of men, were fixed on Rip. "You say his name is Rains?" It was not a question. It was a statement from Brigham Young Thompson, the man who had called himself their deliverer. He sat opposite Rip, his big hands resting on his knees, his presence a thing of calm, absolute authority. "Cole Rains," Rip confirmed. "Used to be a captain in the Union Army. Now he just runs a pack of wolves." A stout, severe-looking man with a spade-shaped beard shook his head. "We have been hounded by these Lamanites in disguise since we left the Platte. I have not heard this name." "That would be Elder Hiram Kimball," Thompson said, a gesture toward the man. "He is our captain of the guard. And this is Elder Matthias Thompson, my cousin. He is in charge of the train's logistics." Matthias was a younger, leaner version of Brigham, his face all sharp angles and quick, intelligent eyes. "He's your problem," Rip said, his gaze on Kimball. "And he's been your problem since Fort Collins." The men exchanged a look. "What do you know of Fort Collins?" Matthias asked, his voice sharp. "I know Rains has friends there," Rip said. "Corrupt soldiers at the fort, who sell him army rifles and look the other way when he comes in to sell stolen goods. They give him protection. That's why he operates with no fear. He's not a bandit. He's a contractor." The information settled in the quiet council, a cold, hard stone of truth. They had thought that they were fighting simple raiders. They were fighting an organized, protected enterprise. "This changes things," Brigham Young Thompson said, his deep voice a low rumble. He looked at Rip, his gaze direct and penetrating. "You fight well. Your two boys in the rocks with the skillet, they have the spirit of fighting Nephites." He paused. "You have a thirst for vengeance against this man Rains. I can see it in you. It is a righteous anger." "It's a debt," Rip said. "And I mean to collect." He leaned forward, the firelight catching the hard planes of his face. "Give me a good horse, a rifle with more than 2 shots, and a week's worth of food. I'll hunt him. I'll run his pack into the ground where they live. You'll never see him again." The offer was plain, direct. It was the way Rip had always operated. Alone. Hiram Kimball scoffed, a short, sharp sound of derision. "And what then? You ride off into the sunset, your personal vengeance satisfied, while we are left to face the rest of his men, who will be twice as angry. We are a community, sir. We do not send one man to do the work of many." "Elder Kimball is correct," Thompson said, his voice leaving no room for argument. "Your skill with a rifle is a gift from God, whether you acknowledge him or not. That gift will be used to protect this train, to protect the women and the children. Your debt to your dead will be paid by ensuring the living reach the valley of the Great Salt Lake. You will ride with us." Rip felt the walls of their world close in. He was no longer a leader, not even a solitary wolf. He was a tool, his use decided by a council of men whose faith he did not share, and whose rules he did not know. "And my people?" he asked, his voice a low growl. "The 7 who are left?" The question hung in the air, the real point of the negotiation. "They are Gentiles," Kimball stated, the word a clear, sharp line drawn in the sand. "They are not of the covenant. They do not know the ways of the Lord." He looked at Thompson. "We have a duty to our own, Elder Thompson. Our supplies are carefully rationed. Our space is limited. To take in outsiders is a risk. They bring the sorrows of the world with them." "They are children of God, Hiram," Thompson said, his voice gentle but firm. "And they are starving. We will not turn them away." He turned to Matthias. "See that they are fed and given a place." "And their souls, Elder?" Kimball pressed. "We are building a new Zion in the desert. a holy place for a chosen people. These Germans, this gunman, they are not chosen. Rip watched the debate, a silent, grim observer. He was a piece of cargo, his fate and the fate of his survivors being decided by a theological argument. He saw them later, a small, lost island in the sea of the Mormon camp. The Saints' camp was a marvel of order and efficiency. The wagons were arranged in a perfect, defensible square. Guards walked regular patrols. There were communal cook fires, the smell of baking bread a thing of impossible luxury. There were prayers at dusk, the sound of 100 voices singing hymns, a strange and powerful music in the mountain air. His survivors huddled together, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear. A tall, strong-faced woman with Thompson's clear blue eyes was tending to them. She moved with a calm, capable grace, spooning a thick hot stew into the bowls of the Hoffman children, her German surprisingly fluent. Emma Weber came over to Rip, who stood apart, watching. "That is Sister Mary Thompson," she said, her voice a low whisper. "The elder's wife. She is kind." But it was the kindness of a queen to a beggar. They were given food. They were given warm blankets. But they were kept separate, a small pocket of Gentiles in a world of saints, their camp 100 yards from the main circle. They were charity cases, and their presence was a subject of quiet, curious stares. They were the sinners, saved but not yet welcome. Brigham Young Thompson came to him, as the last of the light faded from the sky. He carried 2 Henry rifles and 2 heavy belts of ammunition. "This one is for you," he said, handing one to Rip. "The other is for the boy Hawkins when he is well enough to ride." He saw Rip's face harden at the mention of the dead scout and corrected himself. "My apologies. For one of the Weber boys, then." Rip took the rifle. The weight of it was solid, reassuring. The ammunition belts were heavy with the promise of a real fight. "You will ride with the rearguard, with Elder Campbell," Thompson said. "You will follow his orders. You will protect the families. You will not seek out your own fight. Is that understood?" It was understood. He was being put on a leash, placed under the command of the man who trusted him least. It was a test. A trial. "And when we reach your Zion?" Rip asked. "The Lord will provide a path," Thompson said. "For all of us." He looked at Rip, his gaze deep and searching. "You have been walking through a great darkness, Rip Campbell. But even in the darkest night, a man can still choose to walk toward the dawn." He turned and walked back toward the main fire, a patriarch returning to his flock. Rip stood in the cold, the borrowed rifle in his hand, a sinner among saints. He looked west, toward the towering snow-capped peaks that hid their promised land. He racked a shell into the chamber of the new rifle, the sound a small, hard prayer in the gathering night. Chapter 22. "They are a contagion, Elder Thompson." The words came from Hiram Kimball, his spade beard a dark shadow in the flickering firelight. He sat on an ammunition crate, his back ramrod straight, his hands clasped over the Bible in his lap. "A contagion of violence and despair. Look at them." He gestured with his chin toward the small, separate fire 100 yards away, where Rip's survivors huddled like a pack of wounded animals. "They are the remnants of a failed enterprise. They bring the taint of that failure with them." Rip stood in the outer circle of the firelight, a ghost at their council. He was not invited to sit. He was an exhibit, the prime example of the contagion Campbell was talking about. Brigham Young Thompson did not look at Rip. He looked at Campbell, his clear blue eyes holding a deep, patient calm. "They are also starving, Hiram. And the Lord has placed them on our path. That is not a coincidence. It is a test. It is a burden, Matthias Thompson, the logistics man, countered, his voice sharp and practical. "We have 63 wagons, Elder. Over 300 souls. Our supplies are calculated to the last pound of flour, the last ounce of lead. To take on 8 more mouths that bring nothing but the clothes on their backs." He let the sentence hang, a problem of simple, brutal arithmetic. "They bring a warning," Rip said, his voice a low rasp that cut through their debate. The 3 elders turned to look at him, their expressions a mixture of surprise and annoyance that he had dared to speak. "They bring the knowledge of the man who is hunting you. Rains is not a laminate. He is a white man, and he knows your ways. He knows you travel with women and supplies. He knows you are a fat prize. My people are the proof of what he will do to get it." "And you," Campbell said, his voice dripping with a cold piety. "What are you? A man of God? Or the same kind of wolf as this Rains?" "I'm the wolf that hunts other wolves," Rip said. "You need me, whether you like it or not." Brigham Young Thompson held up a hand, silencing the hot retort on Campbell's lips. He looked at Rip, a long, searching gaze that seemed to peel back the layers of grime and violence and see the man underneath. "The Lord provides the tools we need to build His kingdom, even the tools that are sharp and dangerous." He turned back to his council. "We will take them in. The woman Mary will see to their needs. Matthias, you will find a place for them at the rear of the train." He looked at Campbell. "They will be your responsibility, Hiram. Keep them separate. Watch the gunmen." The decision was made. It was not an act of welcome. It was a quarantine. The next morning, the full ordered might of the Mormon train was revealed. It was a city on the move, a marvel of disciplined communal effort. At a signal from a bugle, the camp came to life, every man, woman, and child moving with a clear, defined purpose. There was no wasted motion, no bickering, no chaos. Tents were struck, fires were doused, oxen were yoked, all with a quiet efficiency that was both awesome and intimidating. Matthias Thompson rode up to the survivors' pathetic camp, his manner brisk and impersonal. "We have a spare wagon for your supplies, such as they are. Load it now. You will take the last position in the line. You will not mix with the main body of the train without permission. Your guide will ride with the rear guard under the command of Elder Campbell." He delivered the orders and rode away, a busy man with no time for sentiment. Rip's survivors watched, their eyes wide, as the saints prepared to move. They were a small, broken island in an ocean of purposeful strength. Sister Mary Thompson came to them, her presence a pool of calm in the bustling camp. She moved among them, her hands gentle, her voice soft. She spoke to Emma Weber and Greta Klein's sister-in-law in their own language, her German fluent and comforting. She examined the Hoffman children, her touch sure and practiced, and gave their mother a small tin of salve for their frost-bitten cheeks. She did not preach. She did not judge. She served. "She is a good woman," Emma Weber said to Rip, her voice thick with an emotion he could not name. "She's the elder's wife," Rip said. "It's her job to be good." The survivors' meager possessions, the sledge, the tattered blankets, the iron pots, Wilhelm Weber's box of lead type, were loaded onto a wagon that was bigger and sturdier than any they had ever owned. When the great train began to move, their wagon was nudged into place at the very end of the line, the caboose on a train of faith, connected but not a part of it. Rip took his new position, riding a dozen yards behind the last wagon. He was part of a 10-man rearguard, a mix of grim-faced, bearded farmers who looked more like Old Testament prophets than soldiers. Their commander, Elder Hiram Campbell, rode a powerful black horse, his back straight, his eyes constantly scanning, not the back trail, but Rip himself. For 2 days they traveled through the high, empty passes, the Mormon train a slow, unstoppable force. They sang as they walked, their hymns echoing off the granite walls of the canyons, a sound of such unwavering faith it was almost a weapon. Rip rode, in a silence of his own making. He was a guard again, but his job was different. He was not just watching for rains. He was being watched. On the evening of the second day, Campbell rode up beside him. The elder had not spoken a word to him since the council. "Elder Thompson believes you are a tool provided by the Lord," Campbell said, his voice a low, hard thing. "I believe you are a splinter, driven deep into the body of our community, that will fester and rot if it is not removed." "I'm just a man trying to get to California," Rip said, his eyes on the trail behind them. "You are a man of violence," Campbell countered. "A man who solves his problems with a gun. We are a people of peace. We are building a new world, a world without your kind of solutions." "Your new world is a long way off," Rip said, his gaze sweeping the darkening ridgelines. "And the old world is right behind us." "See that you remember that," Campbell said. He looked at Rip, his eyes cold with a zealot certainty. "You are with us, but you are not one of us. You will obey my commands. You will protect these families. And when your usefulness is at an end, you will be cast out. Do you understand me, Gentile?" Rip turned and met his gaze. He saw the hard, unyielding faith, the absolute certainty of a man who believed he was on a mission from God. He saw a man who was just as dangerous in his own way as Cole Raines. "I understand," Rip said, his voice flat. He turned his attention back to the trail. He was a sinner, guarding a train of saints, and his only prayer was that the devil he knew would show up sooner rather than later. Chapter 23. They are gone. The words came from Hiram Kimball, a declaration of faith spoken into the cold morning air. He sat his black horse beside Rip, the two of them watching the back trail as the great Mormon train snaked its way through a high mountain meadow. For 3 days there had been nothing. No riders on the ridges, no strange tracks, no glint of a spyglass in the sun. "For now," Rip said, his gaze never leaving the timberline a mile behind them. "The Lord has delivered us from our enemies," Campbell said, his voice ringing with the certainty of a man who read the world like a page of scripture. "They saw our strength, our numbers, our righteousness. They have fled." "Or they're patient," Rip countered. "A wolf doesn't run from a herd of sheep, elder. It just waits for one to limp." Kimball's jaw tightened. He did not like being contradicted. He did not like this Gentile, this gunman who saw only darkness where he saw the hand of God. "You will refer to me as Elder Campbell, and you will learn to have faith." He wheeled his horse and trotted to the head of the rear guard, a patriarch reasserting his authority. Rip watched him go. He had learned in the last 3 days that there were 2 kinds of danger on this train: the one that was following them, and the one that was leading him. The false peace had a strange effect on the train. The saints, confident in their numbers and their God, fell back into their rhythms. Their evening hymns were louder, their prayers more fervent. They were a moving fortress, and they believed themselves to be impenetrable. For Rip's survivors, the peace was a different kind of trial. They were fed, they were warm, but they were outsiders, ghosts at a feast. Emma Weber and the other women worked, mending clothes for Sister Mary's stores, their hands busy but their eyes distant. Franz Hoffman, his banker's mind useless in this new world, tried to make himself useful by tending the stock, his movements clumsy, his face a mask of constant low-grade anxiety. They were safe, but they were not home. On the evening of the 3rd day, as the wagons circled and the communal fires were lit, 2 of the Mormon scouts were late: Orrin Porter and Willard Richards. They were young men, tough and trail-wise, born into the faith and raised on the frontier. They had ridden out at dawn to scout the pass ahead and were expected back by dusk. Dusk came and went. The sky turned a deep, star-dusted indigo. The hymns were sung, the prayers were offered, but a new quiet tension had crept into the camp. Brigham Young Thompson stood by the main fire, his great beard a dark shadow on his chest, his eyes on the empty pass to the west. "They are good boys," he said to no one in particular. "They know these mountains. Perhaps they found a better way, and have camped for the night," Matthias Thompson offered, though his voice lacked conviction. Rip stood in the shadows, outside their circle of firelight. He knew what a late scout meant. It meant only one of two things, a dead horse or a dead man. "I will take a party out at first light," Hiram Kimball declared, his voice a sharp, decisive command. "We will find our brothers." "I'll go now," Rip said, stepping into the light. All eyes turned to him. Kimball's face hardened. "The elder has given his orders. We will ride at dawn. By dawn, their trail will be cold and their bodies will be wolf-eaten," Rip said, his voice flat. He looked at Thompson. "Rains isn't a warrior. He's a hunter. He's been tracking you. He knows your routine. He knows you send scouts. He picked them off, quiet-like. He's sending you a message." "And what message would that be, Gentile?" Kimball sneered. "That he can touch you whenever he wants," Rip said. "That your numbers don't mean a damn thing to him. He's taking you apart, one piece at a time." A heavy silence fell over the council. Brigham Young Thompson looked at Rip, his clear eyes weighing the gunman's brutal logic against his own faith. "You will ride with Elder Kimball's party in the morning," Thompson said finally, his voice a low, heavy thing. "That is my final word." Rip turned and walked away. He went to the small, separate fire of the survivors. Emma Weber looked up at him, her eyes questioning. He just shook his head and went to his bedroll. He did not sleep. He sat and cleaned his rifle, the methodical scrape of the cleaning rod a counterpoint to the hymns that still echoed in the camp. They found them 5 miles into the pass. They had not been shot. They had not been scalped. They had been executed. Orrin Porter was tied to a tree, his hands bound behind him. He had been killed with a single, professional knife thrust to the heart. Willard Richards lay at the base of the tree, an arrow in his back. It was not a Ute arrow. It was a trade arrow, with the black and red fletching Rip had seen before, at the site of the deserters' massacre. Rains was not just killing them. He was signing his work. The Mormon men stood in a silent, horrified circle. The reality of Rip's warning had come home. This was not the work of savages. This was the work of a cold, calculating mind. Hiram Kimball knelt beside the bodies, his face pale, his hands trembling. He had sent these boys out. They were his responsibility. His faith was a shield, but it was not a shield against this. Rip did not look at the bodies. He looked at the ground. He circled the small, grim clearing, his eyes reading the story in the trampled snow. He saw the tracks of Rains's men, the shod horses, the distinctive nick in the one shoe. He saw how they had waited in the trees, how they had taken the scouts by surprise. And he saw something else. "He knows your route," Rip said, his voice a low growl. He pointed to a set of faint tracks, almost obscured, leading away to a high ridge overlooking the trail. "He had a man up there watching you for days. He knows where you camp, when you move, how many guards you post. He's not guessing where you're going. He's waiting for you." Kimball looked up, his face a mask of dawning horror. "Waiting where?" Rip looked west, down the long, narrow canyon that was their only path forward. "At the place where you're most vulnerable. A river crossing. A narrow passage where you have to go single file." He looked at Kimball, his eyes hard as flint. "He's not going to fight your whole train, Elder. He's going to wait until you're stuck, and then he's going to take what he wants." They brought the bodies back to the train, their horses moving at a funeral pace. The sight of the two dead scouts, their bodies wrapped in blankets and tied across their saddles, sent a wave of shock and grief through the camp that was colder than any mountain wind. The false peace was over. That night, the Council of Elders was not a debate. It was a council of war. Brigham Young Thompson's face was carved from granite. "This man reigns," he said, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. "He is a serpent in our path. We must crush his head." "We do not know where he is," Matthias said. "He strikes and he vanishes." "He is where we are going," Rip said. He had been summoned to this council, and he stood before them, not as a Gentile, but as a man whose grim prophecies had come true. He knows this trail. He has the high ground. If we follow this path, we are walking into his guns. "What would you have us do?" Campbell asked, his earlier animosity replaced by a grim, grudging respect. "There is no other way through these mountains." "There is," Rip said. "We leave the trail. We travel at night." The suggestion was a radical, almost heretical idea. The trail was a lifeline, a known path. To leave it was to risk getting lost in an unmapped wilderness. To travel at night with 60 wagons was to invite disaster, broken wheels, lost animals, a pace that would be cut in half. "It is madness," Matthias Thompson said. "The cold is worse at night. The risk of accidents." "The risk of an ambush is worse," Rip countered. "He is watching the trail. He is not watching the ridges. He is sleeping at night, confident that you are sleeping too." He looked at Brigham Young Thompson. "It will be slow. It will be hard. We will lose time. Winter is coming. But it is our only chance to choose the battlefield. It is our only chance to surprise him." Thompson was silent for a long time, his great beard sunk on his chest. He looked at the faces of his council, at their fear and their doubt. Then he looked at Rip, at the cold, hard certainty in the gunman's eyes. "The Lord works in mysterious ways," Thompson said, his voice a final, absolute command. "And sometimes his tools are the ones we least expect." He rose to his feet. "Sound the bugle. We move out in 1 hour. The Lord will provide the light." He looked at Rip. "You will ride at the point. With me." Rip nodded once. He turned and walked out of the firelight into the cold, waiting darkness. He picked up his rifle, the weight of it a familiar promise. The hunt was on. Chapter 24. The river was a cold, black ribbon in the pre-dawn gray, its voice a low, constant murmur. The 60 wagons of the Mormon train were a line of ghosts, their canvas tops glowing faintly in the moonlight, their movement a slow, creaking protest against the cold. They had traveled all night, a silent, disciplined army, and now they had reached the place of greatest danger. "This is it." Brigham Young Thompson's voice was a low rumble beside Rip. The two men sat their horses at the edge of the shallow, rocky ford, looking out across the water. The last natural choke point before the open country. "If he means to strike, he will strike here." "He'll strike," Rip said. His gaze was not on the river, but on the high timbered bluffs that commanded the far bank. "This is the place he would have waited for you. He'll have men up there. Sentries." "Then our night march has gained us nothing," Thompson said, his voice heavy with the weight of his 300 souls. "It's gained us the choice of the hour," Rip countered. "His men will be cold, tired. They'll be expecting us at noon, not at dawn. We cross now. Fast. Before they can rally their full strength." Thompson looked at the dark water, then back at the long, vulnerable line of his people. He made his decision. "Pass the word," he commanded one of the riders beside him. "The crossing begins now. Women and children in the center. The Brotherhood of Gideon will form the vanguard and the rear guard. Elder Campbell will command the far bank once he is across." The command filtered down the line, a chain of whispered orders. The lead wagons, driven by the grim-faced, bearded men of the guard, plunged into the river, the sound of their wheels on the slick rocks a loud, grating protest in the quiet. They were a quarter of the way across when the first shot came. It wasn't a volley. It was a single sharp crack from the high bluffs, a hunter's shot. One of the lead oxen in the second wagon grunted, stumbled, and went down in the traces, its great body a sudden dead weight in the middle of the ford. The wagon slewed sideways, blocking the path. Then the sky erupted. Rains's attack was not a cautious probe. It was a full-throated, 20-man assault, a wave of screaming, painted riders breaking from the trees on both sides of the river, their rifles blazing. They came not as a disciplined line, but as a pack of wolves, howling and firing, their goal to create maximum chaos, to shatter the Mormons' disciplined formation. Form the circle. Hiram Kimball's voice roared from the far bank, where his wagon had just cleared the water. Make a fortress of the wagons. The Mormon drivers were well drilled. They began to pull their teams, trying to form a defensive perimeter in the middle of the river, but the dead ox and the narrowness of the ford turned their precise movements into a panicked, tangled traffic jam. Rip and Thompson were in the heart of it, their horses rearing in the shallow, churning water. The bluff! Rip shouted, pointing with the barrel of his rifle. They have the high ground. We have to break their line. He spurred his horse toward the near bank, toward a knot of 5 of Rains's men who were firing down into the chaos of the river. Thompson was right beside him, his long rifle bucking in his hands, his great beard flowing, a prophet-turned-warrior. The battle for the river bank was a brutal, close-quarters affair. It was rifles and pistols at 10 paces, the air thick with gunsmoke and the screams of men and animals. A Mormon driver, a young man named Pratt, went down, clutching his chest. Rip saw one of the Weber boys, his face a mask of grim determination, swing an axe and take one of the bandits out of his saddle. The Saints fought with a terrible, righteous fury. They were not soldiers, but they were defending their Zion, their wives, their children. They stood their ground, their long rifles taking a steady, methodical toll on the wild, disorganized charge of the bandits. In the center of the chaos, Sister Mary Thompson had turned a wagon into a field hospital. She moved with a calm, fearless grace, tearing bandages from a bolt of linen, her hands stained with the blood of the men her husband was leading. Emma Weber was at her side, her face a stoic mask, her hands as steady as the surgeon she had become. Rip fought with a cold, clean efficiency. He was not fighting for Zion. He was killing wolves. He saw a flicker of movement in the rocks above, a man with a new-looking rifle lining up a shot on the women in the wagon. Rip fired without thinking, a snapshot that threw the man backward into the shadows. The tide was turning. Rains's men were mercenaries, fighting for plunder. The Mormons were fighting for their souls. The bandits' wild charge broke against the unyielding wall of the Saints' faith. It was then that Rains made his move. He appeared on the far bank, astride the big bay horse that had once belonged to Captain Polk. He was not painted like his men. He was dressed in his old, dark officer's coat, a general come to survey his battle. He saw his attack faltering, his men being pushed back from the river. He saw his prize slipping away. His face was a mask of cold fury. He raised his pistol and pointed it, not at a random driver, but at the heart of the Mormon defense. At their leader. Brigham! Rip screamed, but his voice was lost in the roar of the battle. Brigham Young Thompson was in the middle of the river, reloading his rifle, his back to Rains, directing his men, a giant, immovable pillar of strength. Rains's shot was clear and deliberate. Thompson grunted, a sound of surprise. He stood for a moment, his great frame wavering. He looked down at his chest, at the dark spreading stain on his simple, homespun shirt. He looked over at his wife, at Mary, who had just looked up from a wounded man, her face a mask of sudden, terrible understanding. He tried to take a step toward her, his hand outstretched. Then his knees buckled, and he collapsed into the shallow, bloody water. A great, wounded roar went up from the saints. Their prophet, their leader, was down. Rains laughed, a sound of pure, triumphant cruelty that echoed across the water. That was his last mistake. Rip saw it all. He saw Thompson fall. He saw Mary Thompson's face crumble. He saw Rains's mocking laugh. And something in him that had been frozen since Rebecca's death, a cold, hard knot of rage and grief, finally broke. He spurred his horse through the water, his eyes fixed on one man. He did not shout. He did not curse. He was a silent, avenging angel, his face a mask of cold, absolute purpose. Rains saw him coming. He turned his horse to meet the charge, his pistol coming up. The battle raged around them, but the world shrank to the space between the two men, a private war in the middle of a larger one. Rains fired, the shot wild, kicking up a spray of water a yard to Rip's left. Rip did not fire. He held the Henry rifle like a lance and drove his horse forward. He hit Rains's horse broadside, a jarring, brutal collision of flesh and bone. The bay went down, screaming, throwing Rains from the saddle. Rains landed hard in the shallow water, his pistol flying from his hand. He scrambled to his feet, a knife appearing in his hand as if by magic. Rip was off his own horse, wading toward him, the empty rifle now a club. He swung it, a vicious horizontal arc. Rains ducked under it and lunged, the knife flashing. Rip dropped the rifle and caught Rains's wrist, his fingers a band of iron. For a moment they were locked together, two men straining in the bloody water, their faces inches apart, their grunts of effort lost in the noise of the battle. "You are a ghost, Campbell," Rains snarled, his teeth bared. "You should have stayed dead." "You first," Rip grunted. He twisted Rains's wrist, a sharp, brutal motion that was pure leverage. A bone snapped. Rains screamed, the knife falling from his numb fingers. Rip did not hesitate. He drove his right fist into Rains's face, once, twice, 3 times, the blows hard, solid, satisfying. He felt the man's nose break under his knuckles. He pushed Rains back, under the water, holding him there. Rains thrashed, his hands clawing at Rip's arms, his eyes wide with a final panicked terror. Bubbles rose to the surface. The thrashing weakened, became a faint, final twitch. Then it stopped. Rip held him there for a long time, the silence of the river bottom a welcome peace. Finally, he let go. The body of Cole Rains drifted a few feet in the current, and then settled, a dark, still shape in the now quiet water. Rip stood, his chest heaving, the cold of the river seeping into his bones. The shooting had stopped. The last of Rains's men, their leader gone, had broken and fled, melting back into the mountains. The battle was over. He looked around at the carnage, at the dead men and the dead animals, at the weeping women. He saw the saints gathering around the body of their fallen prophet. He bent down and picked up his rifle from the riverbed, the water streaming from its barrel. Chapter 25. The river ran clear again, washing the blood from the stones. They buried their dead on the west bank, a long, silent row of fresh graves in the cold mountain soil. Brigham Young Thompson's grave was in the center, marked by a simple hand-carved stone pulled from the riverbed. His wife, Mary, stood before it, her face a mask of composed sorrow, her back straight. She did not weep. The wives of prophets were not allowed the luxury of public grief. Rip stood apart, near the trees, watching the ceremony. He was not one of them. He was the instrument of their deliverance, and the witness to their greatest loss. He held his rifle, its barrel clean, its magazine full. He was a guard, and his watch was not yet over. When the last prayer was said, a new leader stepped forward. Elder Hiram Kimball, his spade beard a dark shadow on his chest, his eyes holding the new heavy weight of command. His earlier animosity toward Rip was gone, burned away in the heat of the battle, replaced by a grim, pragmatic respect. "The Lord has taken our prophet," Campbell's voice boomed, clear and steady across the assembled saints. "But he has not taken our purpose. We will build our Zion. We will make the desert bloom. We will honor President Thompson's life by finishing his work." He turned, and his gaze fell on the small, separate cluster of survivors, the Hoffmans, the Webbers, the last of the Kleins. "Rip's people. And we will honor his word." Campbell walked to where they stood, a small, lost island in the Sea of Saints. Rip moved to stand with them, a silent guardian. "President Thompson made you a promise," Campbell said, his voice formal, his eyes on Emma Webber, who had become the matriarch of their small, broken family. "He said we would see you to safety. That promise will be kept." He paused, framing the terms of their new reality. "We are bound for the valley of the Great Salt Lake. It is our Zion. You are welcome to come with us. We will give you land. We will help you build new homes. You will be among us, and you will be safe." He let the offer settle. It was a gift of unimaginable generosity. Safety, food, a future. "But," Campbell continued, his voice softening slightly, "we know you are not of our faith. Your path was for California. If that is still your wish, we will honor that as well. You may travel with us to Zion. You will winter with us. And in the spring, when the passes are clear, we will provision you and help you on your way." He had given them a choice: a home among the saints, or passage to the world they had left behind. Emma Webber looked at Franz Hoffman, at her sons, at the pale, frightened faces of the children. She looked at the towering, snow-capped peaks that stood between them and any semblance of the life they had known. She saw the truth. Their journey was over. They had neither the strength nor the will to continue alone. She looked back at Campbell, her old eyes clear and steady. "We are your people now, Elder," she said, her voice a low, rough thing of profound finality. "Where you go, we will go." A murmur of approval went through the assembled Mormons. The Gentiles had been absorbed. The flock was one. Campbell nodded, a gesture of solemn acceptance. His gaze then moved to Rip. "And you, Mr. Campbell? Will you come with us to Zion?" Rip shook his head. "I'm not a farmer. And I'm not a saint." "What are you then?" Campbell asked, the question one of genuine, respectful curiosity. "A man with a debt to collect and a trail to follow," Rip said. "My trail leads north." He had no plan. He had no destination. But he knew he could not stay. He was a creature of the trail, of the empty spaces. The ordered, communal world of the saints, with its rules and its faith, was a cage he could not live in. His ghosts were too loud for their hymns. "Then you will need a horse," a new voice said. Sister Mary Thompson, her mourning clothes a stark black against the snow, stepped forward. She looked at Rip, her eyes holding not grief, but a deep, powerful strength. "You saved us. You avenged my husband. The debt is ours, not yours." She turned to Matthias Thompson. "Give him the best horse we have. Give him supplies. Whatever he needs." An hour later, Rip stood beside a strong, rangy gray gelding, its saddlebags packed with dried meat, hardtack, and ammunition. The horse was a gift of honor, a payment in full. The survivors, his survivors, came to say their goodbyes. Franz Hoffman, the banker, shook his hand, his grip surprisingly firm. "God go with you, Mr. Campbell." The Webber boys, their faces hard and unreadable, simply nodded their respect. Emma Webber came last. She stood before him, a small, indomitable woman who had buried a baby and a husband and had not broken. She held out her hand. In her palm lay a small, heavy object. It was a single piece of lead type from her husband's press. The letter W. For Weber, she said, her voice rough with an emotion she would not show. So that you will remember the good people you led. Rip took the piece of metal. It was heavy, solid in his hand. I won't forget. I know, she said. She looked at him, and in her eyes he saw a final, unspoken understanding. She was a survivor. He was a survivor. They spoke the same language. He turned to his horse. He put the piece of type in his pocket, a cold, hard reminder of the price of the trail. He swung into the saddle, the new leather creaking under his weight. He looked at the Mormon train, already beginning to reorganize, to point its wagons west toward the last great mountain pass. He saw his people being absorbed into the greater whole, their small fire joining the great blaze of the saints' faith. They were safe. His promise to Polk was kept. He looked at Mary Thompson, a widow who would help build a city. He looked at Hiram Kimball, a zealot who had become a leader. He looked at the graves on the riverbank. He looked at the towering, silent peaks. He did not say goodbye. There was nothing left to say. He turned the gray horse north, away from the trail to Zion, away from the path to California. He chose a new direction, a line on a map that did not yet exist. The sun was on his face, the cold, clean wind at his back. He was alone. The end.